Good morning, everyone. It is February 17 at 11 a.m. convened meeting on Planning and Development Committee public hearing. Thank you for being here. We have some people on Zoom. Thank you. My big chair, thank you being here, and please remark, please.
Thank you so much. I'm just looking forward today to hearing our bills and listening and learning from our many folks that are testifying today. So thank you for the time and thank you for chairing the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our honorable ranking Senate and House members, would you like to say a few words, sir?
I am looking forward to our conversation today and the public input, and I am not trying to make an advertisement for McDonald's coffee. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Poggio, and Senator, Representative Jullo, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although my Senate counterpart makes a great case for product placement at our meetings, the state may be missing out on a revenue opportunity here. Just want to say good morning. Excited to be listening to some great testimony today on a lot of great bills. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And thank you again. Thank you, everyone, taking time and coming in here today and also on Zoom testifying. We really welcoming you and thank you. And now I want to call, we're really looking forward to hear from you today. Justin, Alex, and New Haven Mayor, please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. Excited. I'm number one on the list. That it seems like a real privilege. And just wanted to thank the chairs, Senator Rahman and Representative DeGraw, and of course the ranking members, Representative Zullo and Senator Fazio, for allowing me to speak today. I'm the mayor of New Haven. My name is Justin Elicker, and I'm here to support HB 6391, an act increasing penalties for the violation of municipal ordinances. And there's a number of reasons that I think this is very important to give us the tools to help enforce the law. Penalties are clearly set in place to help us with issues and challenges such as noise violations, failure to obtain a permit, housing code violations, and most importantly, to ensure that people follow the law, which is what we want. I think that we all can agree with what we want. If these laws are passed and not followed, it creates a lot more challenges for municipalities around the state. Currently, the state has established a ceiling of $250. I believe that was established in 2006, which is quite a long time to not have changed this. And the penalty today is no longer enough for us to discourage bad behavior and ensure compliance. So increasing this amount to a ceiling of $1,000 would give us more tools to ensure that those individuals that repeatedly violate the law pay appropriate penalties to modify their behavior. In addition, with the standard of observation for violation, other penalties, warnings, and processing these fines often doesn't allow for the city to recover the cost of enforcement. So in addition to the fine being a deterrent for bad behavior, it's also very costly for the city to follow up on these violations, and so it helps us with enforcement. I just wanted to underscore the problem we're trying to solve here. And in particular, in New Haven, we faced a lot of challenges around noise violations with some establishments, restaurants and such. We've also faced significant problems around landlords that are repeat violators of housing code, tenants living in just deplorable situations with rats, molds, plumbing that doesn't work, heating issues, and so on. And landlords have plenty of opportunities, and the city gives them plenty of opportunities to fix their behavior. But we unfortunately have some landlords that see this as a cost of doing business. And a $250 fine is just not enough of an incentive for them to comply with the law. So our goal at the end is to ensure people comply with the law. We don't want to penalize people, but unfortunately, with some of the by and large, the landlords are good people and doing good work in New Haven, but there's some that are repeat violators, and the $250 fine is just not enough of a stick to make sure that they follow the law. I want to finish by saying that our goal is to have a graduated fine where we give people an opportunity to fix the problem. If they do not we would apply some fine, but not initially go up to that $1,000 fine until we realize there's no other avenue to penalize the landlords and other violators. So we hope you support this, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. And before we go any question, actually I'm passing to my big chair, co-chair. She's gonna run the meeting, but I have to jump to another meeting now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, I do have one question. The $250 moving it to 1,000 probably looks like a pretty big jump to folks. Would you say that not necessarily tied to inflation, but just in terms of when it was actually put into place versus now, that's in addition to the fact that 250 is not enough of a fine to get people to do the right thing, basically? Would you say that that's tied to the fact that it's been so many years, or what is the mitigating factor there?
I think the main thing is inflation, and it's just not, you think of 2006, $250 was more significant than today, when $250 is pretty minimal. And the other issue is, unlike 2006, we have some very, very large property owners in New Haven. And I think this tool would be particularly helpful for us to enforce the law against these property owners that have, many, many millions of dollars of assets. And they just see this, in my view, as a gamble that it takes the city a lot of time and effort to pursue the fines, to bring them to court, for them only to pay a $250 fine. In my view, they say, well, we're going to get fined from time to time. $250 isn't a big deal. So it makes more sense for us financially to put these costs in unsafe environments on our tenants and not fix things, not improve their environment. Because the fine is not enough as a deterrent. So I think it's a combination of inflation and a phenomenon that we have in New Haven and other cities, where there's these mega landlords that have so much money and so many properties that it just is easier for them to pay the fine rather than to actually do what they're supposed to be doing to keep housing safe for residents.
Okay, thank you for that. We do have a few more questions. Senator Fazio.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Mayor. So I guess building code violations, noise violations, those are some of the main ordinance violations you imagine that this would be necessary for. Are there any others, just to give us an idea?
I think those are the primary ones. There's actually several other city staff that are slated to speak today that can go into the details of why those particular ones. And I note that the state you all have passed some increases in the municipality's ability to fine, for example, around ATVs, dirt bikes. There's a very narrow ordinance that was passed, or statute that was passed last year around noise violations for external speakers on cars. Those are helpful, but ultimately this gives us the ability, the tool, to consider as a municipality what fines are appropriate for us. So this is an enabling legislation that allows us to go up to that maximum fine. In many cases, we will choose not to use that, but allowing us to do so is very, very helpful.
And you think are you pretty adamant that 1,000 is necessary, that, say 750 or something slightly lower is not going to do it?
I mean, I think one could argue that more than 1,000 for extreme violations and repeat after repeat after repeat violations would even be good. I think we all have a pretty good sense of a property owner that owns hundreds of properties in a city like New Haven that may pay a $750 fine from time to time is just not enough to incentivize them to correct their behavior.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Mr. Mayor. Always a pleasure to see you before the committee. I was glad to hear that you were differentiating and emphasizing a unique problem to New Haven specifically, that you were talking about the larger landlords. And I just want to make sure and clarify, because you alluded to it a little bit, and I want to make sure it's clear. So your intent, and I don't mean to pigeonhole you, but at least your intent would be that it would be a tiered or graduated fine schedule when you're looking to impose these larger fines. Because what I don't want to see is for smaller landlords who are really operating in good faith and trying their hardest to do the right thing to get caught up, with a $1,000 fine. Because for a large landlord, $1,000 fine is what's needed to compel them to get some of this work done. But for a smaller landlord who may just not always have the means or the time to pay attention to every little detail, I just don't want to see them caught up. Is that at least my basic understanding of what you're looking for here?
Yeah, absolutely, Representative Zula. I think this is actually a really good question because, by and large, landlords in New Haven are really providing good, safe living environments for our tenants. We have challenges and our Livable Cities Initiative department that is the main enforcer of rules will work with the landlords to fix the problem, give adequate time to fix the problem. If the problem's not fixed, then we escalate. And on the record here, our full intent is to get people to comply with the law. And the best way to do that is to have a graduated increase in the accountability over time.
Okay, thank you so much. We have one more, Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mayor. Good to see you this morning. I wanted to quickly follow up on Representative Zula's questions. You might get a chance later today to review the testimony provided by the ACLU, which I think gets to, some of the concerns that Representative Zula highlighted, what the potential for disparate impact of these policies. And I know what we're trying to accomplish in New Haven. But I do think either you or some of the folks from City Hall who testified later today could provide a greater window into how we'd look to enact these policies to ensure that there isn't disparate impact on folks based upon a high fee that may be implemented onto an individual who's a first offense, who clearly is trying to comply with the law, just gets caught, versus a routine and habitual abuser of housing code violations and in our city. And so I think the implementation of these policies and this fee structure will be the sticking point for the next few months as we try to figure this policy out. I definitely agree with you that we need additional tools and additional fine structure to go after the large scale property owners who are clearly flouting the law and flouting the low levels of fine structure that we have in the state. But I think we'll need to work through some of the details here. And I think you can take guidance from both Representative Zula's questioning and also testimony provided by ACLU to help develop that policy. So thank you again.
Yeah, appreciate that. So two things I'll flag for our staff that they should be prepared to answer those questions in more detail later today, and they can do that. And the second thing is just, if you just look at our track record, the city of New Haven doesn't typically fine small landlords and doesn't fine people when there's a first violation, unless there's something really, really egregious. So I think we can share more details on that, but we have a track record. We want people to comply with the law. That's it. We want people to comply with the law, and we're not interested in penalizing people and only in egregious circumstances would we do so.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you so much, Mayor. Have a wonderful weekend. Up next, we have First Selectman Fred Camillo, followed by State Representative Gary Turco. Mr. Camillo. Did we lose him? I'm not sure.
Mayor, you need to unmute.
That would be helpful. Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Senator Rahman, Representative Kavros DeGraw, Ranking Senator Fazio, Ranking Representative Zullo, and members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Fred Camillo, former member of the General Assembly and a colleague to several of you there, although it's rapidly changing, and the current First Selectman of the town of Greenwich. I'm here today to testify on House Bill 6650, an act concerning public access to certain coastal resources. I once again stand in opposition to the part of this legislative proposal that seeks to prohibit municipalities from restricting non-resident access to municipal parks and beaches that are accessible to residents, or imposing fees for such access that are greater than 50% of any fees charged to residents. I'm really directing my testimony towards the fee part of that equation, because we do allow non-residents to go to our parks and our beaches. If we truly believe in local autonomy, then these bills are in conflict with a long-held belief and tradition. In the case of our town, we do allow beach access to non-residents, as I've said. We have reasonable entry fees, and we welcome all to come to all of our parks and our beaches. The fees we charge to non-residents are both fair, they're vetted, and they're necessary to maintain our parks and our beaches without state or federal assistance. They're also in line with all of our neighboring communities. To demand and mandate that we lower fees would amount to basically asking our town's residents to subsidize non-resident usage. We have severe capacity limits at all of our parks and beaches, just like every other town does. And they're driven by concerns for public safety. The beach that seems to really draw the attention of everybody in the state is Greenwich Point, or known to the locals as Todd's Point. That beach really goes over to a small causeway that was granted to the town by the neighborhood association back, I think, in 1947. It holds 1,100 cars. Just last year alone, we had over 531,000 people visiting that particular beach. So as you can imagine, it gets pretty crowded there quickly, and we just fear not only people not being able to use the beach who are living here, but also, God forbid, if there's an emergency, that causeway gets backed up pretty quickly. So I'm, again, happy to take any of your questions, and I appreciate your time and consideration today.
Thank you so much for your testimony. You mentioned fair and vetted fees. Could you expand on what those fees are and how they were vetted?
Sure. We've never taken any state or federal money at all when we've had nor'easters, we've had superstorms and hurricanes. So back in 2001, somebody came in, tried to come into the beach, and they were turned away, and they launched a lawsuit, and Greenwich was found in violation. And so there was a court decree saying that you absolutely can charge fees, but they have to be reasonable. And they've held up for 22 years. And how we came to the fee is, if I remember correctly, I was on the Parks and Recreation Board back then. The people in the Finance Board got together with people in the Parks and Recreation Department, and they looked at all of the residents, how much they pay in their taxes, what percentage was going to maintenance of our beaches and our parks, and came to a fee by looking at that and then charging what they thought was a reasonable fee. And we soon found out all of our neighboring communities were doing the same that are on the coast. And so that's held up over the years. Obviously, it's been adjusted over 22 years, but we haven't been found to be in violation of anything as far as the fees go.
Okay, and just as an approximate, or if you know the exact number, what is the fee for a non-resident to come and use the beach in Greenwich for the day?
I should have looked at that. God, I can get right back to you on that. I know when we first started, Representative, it was $20 a car. They sell them in park passes. You can get them during the week at a couple spots in town, but I can get that. I'll try and find it while we're answering other questions. I'll try and find that for you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for the
Senator
questions.
Fazio, please.
Good to see you, Mr. First Selectman. Welcome back to your old stomping grounds.
Good to see you, Senator.
As you mentioned in your testimony, 22 years ago, there was a suit against the town when there were more restrictive policies. We didn't let non-residents in to the town parks. Now, obviously, we do with the fee. Has there been any litigation since then, lawsuits since then?
No, there hasn't. And I know the Parks and Recreation Board will come before the Board of Selectmen every year with a fee schedule for everything. And so it gets vetted, and we do a second reads. We do 2 reads. So we'll listen to the proposals, and then 2 weeks later we'll vote on it. But we want public input. And I get contacted from non-residents, some that lived here before, some that don't, that love coming to our beach. And the beach is open free of charge in the non-beach season because there's not as many people going there, and there's not that issue about capacity levels and public safety. So they do take advantage of it, as you know, which is great. We love having people come down and enjoy the beach.
And so apropos of that answer, it is a function of use to a large extent. So right now, if I was a resident of Darien and I wanted to go to Todd's Point, Greenwich Point, I could go in for free because it's the off season. But if I went in during the peak season, I'd purchase a ticket, and that's because there's a huge demand for use, and there's limited capacity. There, as you mentioned, there's about 1,000 spots in Todd's Point. Has it been closed down during the day or closed off to new entrants because it overflows during the peak season?
Thank you for the question. That is a very good question. Yes. The past few seasons, on average, there's 6 to 8 Sundays per season where we reach that maximum capacity level, usually in July and August. And I know I've been there at times where we've had to actually close the beach down, not let any new people come in when it's at that capacity level, which, as you can imagine, irks people who live here and pay taxes and want to go to and maybe plan to go to the beach, but it's a beautiful day, and it doesn't happen that often, but it does happen. So we try to put things out and tell people, try back in an hour or two. But we really are careful about the capacity levels, and also again to make sure that our emergency vehicles can get in there in case there's, God forbid, an incident there where there's going to be a need for one of those vehicles to get in there quickly.
Thank you, First Selectman, for your testimony. It does strike me that the current situation is an equitable balance, allowing non-residents to use the town beaches while also balancing that against costs. So I appreciate your testimony on the bill and your opposition to it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, First Selectman Camillo. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
As you might know, I have a different opinion on this issue than you share, and I would like to test some of the comments you made, that this issue is about local autonomy and to regulate from Hartford what is fair and equitable would be a violation of local autonomy that's established in the state. Like, we can both agree that we can't just allow local communities to do whatever they want. There has to be some state regulations in place. We can't just allow communities to discriminate in any manner that they choose, correct?
Listen, absolutely. No one is, I haven't heard anybody ever advocate not allowing anybody to come into the beaches. But during the beach season, again, this is about Todd's Point. Let's be clear about that. There's never been any question about any of other parks or beaches. This is a small causeway that goes over there. It's a 2-laner. It's some vehicles have trouble. They're wide enough getting through there when there's only one other lane going there. So we've always allowed. We're open to that. In fact, we encourage people to come to our town. And during the pandemic, Representative, when a lot of towns actually shut it down to non-residents completely during the winter, we kept ours open except for when we went into the red zone in February of 2021. So I think Greenwich has been pretty open when it comes to access.
Thank you. Now, I don't have a point of clarification. This isn't about Todd's Point. This is about beaches throughout the state of Connecticut, many of which charge absorbent, ridiculous fees, including one of your surrounding. You said that it's fair and equitable, fair and vetted, because surrounding communities are in line with your price structure. I'll just highlight one of the surrounding communities around you charges $25 for a season pass for their residents and $775 for season pass for a non-resident. And it isn't the case that Greenwich has always allowed non-residents to access beaches. The very nature of the Supreme Court case that Greenwich lost was a denial of access to non-resident of the communities. The most recent fee structure that I've seen for Greenwich's beach,
I have it now.
Okay, what I'm reading is it costs non-residents $40 per car per day,
Correct.
plus a per person fee of $9 per day. So if a car full of 4, it's $40 for the day, plus an additional $36. So is that $76 for the day for like a 4-person car?
Yes, and I know you say that's it's easy for you to say it's unreasonable, Representative, because you haven't done that vetting like our finance department did and our parks and recreation department did. Again, they looked at what it takes to maintain our beaches and our parks per resident. When they did that in 2001, we probably had at that point around 60 or 61,000 people. We now have 63,300 people now. So it's probably very similar, and it hasn't gone up that much as far as population goes. But these numbers weren't just thrown out there. And I know at that time, Dan Malloy was mayor of Stamford, and I think he made a comment about Greenwich too. And then we found out they were charging the exact same thing as far as car loads and the passes. So, you don't know what our fees are as far as the maintenance, what the costs go. So again, it's easy for you to say, well, it's outrageous, but you don't know exactly what each person is paying per resident as far as what percentage goes to the upkeep of our parks and our beaches.
Thank you, Mr. First Selectman. I do know, I do represent and have represented 2 shoreline communities in the state of Connecticut. I do
Not
know
Greenwich.
structures associated
Not
with both of
Greenwich.
them. Of course, not yours. That is true, not yours. I would highlight though that this isn't, Dan Malloy versus Fred Camillo, Republican versus Democrat. I've been pretty nonpartisan in my approach to this issue and calling out different communities for the fee structures associated with each. I would again highlight though that if this is a cost issue, and if it's a local autonomy issue, let's talk about local autonomy and what we allow local communities to do, and the importance of having some safeguards and regulations in there that limit what a local community can do and how they can discriminate. If it's a park capacity issue, which it sounds like it may also be, and the determination is how do we discriminate about who can and cannot enter the park, I think that could be a conversation. Do we allow non-residents equal access to a park that's municipally owned? I would highlight, of course, that to get a resident parking pass in the town of Greenwich, the average home purchase price is $1.2 million, it looks like. So it's pretty hard to get one of those resident parking passes. You need to buy a home for about $1.2 million to get one. If it's about crowd control, then let's have a conversation about that. It's about Greenwich can't afford it and what's fair and overburdensome to the town, to one of, frankly, the richest community in the entire country. Like we should have a conversation about the cost.
Sure,
But
absolutely.
like every one of those issues, I think, has a regulation that's appropriate for the state to look at and determine, because and I'll be fair with you, I don't think Greenwich is by any way the worst offender here. Not by far. I found 15 other communities, you're right, 15 other communities in the state of Connecticut that have actually higher fees than Greenwich.
No, and I would agree with you. As far as, I think people have a right to access the water no matter where they live. So I think we're in agreement on that. And I don't think anybody should be prohibiting anybody for water access because you may live inland. If you're fortunate enough to live here in a coastal town, that's great. I just do want to also point out that regardless of what the average price of a home is here, I was born and raised in this town, and I've seen it change a little bit, but it's always been very, very, very diverse. We have, again, 63,300 people, and not everybody is living behind a gate. Most of I don't know if you've been here. I'd love to, if you do, let me know. I'll take you out to lunch, but I'd love to show you some of the neighborhoods there. They're very diverse. A lot of them are very working class. I grew up in one of them. So, it's not that Greenwich is, the people who use these beaches, Representative, are not the super wealthy. It's people who are, of moderate means, who just enjoy the beach. And that's why I agree with you. We have to let as many people in as possible, but we're trying to do it in a fair way to those people who are here actually footing the bill for the maintenance and the upkeep. That's all. And it is it only has fits 1,100 cars on any given day there. And you get a beautiful day on the shoreline, people come. And so it's a balance. And again, there are many Greenwich residents who have been locked out, shut out on a day when it's at full capacity. And that's because some of the people in there are non-residents, and that's okay. They got their park pass and they deserve to be there just as much as anybody else. So again, it's a balancing act, as you mentioned. So we do our best, and we look at these fees all the time. Certainly, no, I don't think any municipality in the state wants to get hauled back into court and have to defend a fee.
Thank you, Mr. First Selectman. And I do want to highlight that I am aware that the parks commissioners from the local communities meet and talk about beach fees together on a semi-frequent, if not annual basis. And they all sort of come up with a fee structure because they don't want one specific community to be more burdened than another by having to accept out-of-town residents. And so these folks are kind of talking with each other. And so I do worry when people say we're in line with our surrounding communities. Like, yeah, of course, because surrounding communities are all getting together to come up with the fee structure.
No, that is not true. That is not true. I've never in my life.
I have meeting minutes before you first, Mr. First Selectman, that I'll forward to you after the meeting.
Yeah, I've never, no, that's not true. We do our own fees. We look at every other fee, but I've never called up Mayor Simmons or Mayor Rilling and say, hey, what are you guys charging? We just don't do that. We also have ferries and another beach, the two beaches that, we pay for it's a big expense. We actually run them at deficits just so people can go out there. We allow, non-residents to go there all the time. And we obviously have discounts for people who are in different age brackets. And, so again, we're not colluding with anybody else as far as, what we charge. We do check to make sure that we're not, out of line with our fees, but we don't collude with anybody and say, hey, what are you charging? And that's how we don't base our fees on that. We base them on, as I mentioned, the percentages of upkeep for each resident and what they pay in taxes.
Thank you, Mr. First. I'm going to close out with just one final thing. I'll forward you the meeting minutes from Parks and Recs directors who meet on an annual basis and help determine the fee structures for each community. But sure. Secondly, the idea that Greenwich does not receive direct funding from the state for the maintenance of the beaches, you are absolutely correct. A number of local communities do, in fact, have received bond grants and additional clean water action funds and sewer separation funds. But I would argue that the state of Connecticut and the federal government put tens to hundreds of millions of dollars into the preservation of Long Island Sound, putting up seawalls, putting up clean water funds for local communities to keep sewer and contaminants from reaching the Long Island Sound. The very health of the Long Island Sound and the health of the beaches, including those in Greenwich, are supported by significant ongoing state and federal funds. And while you're right that you don't ask for a direct subsidy to operate your beaches, I do believe that the state of Connecticut has put in a lot of money to ensure the success of the Long Island Sound. And I'm glad that we have. But I do believe our Connecticut residents deserve access to some of those same beaches, considering Connecticut shoreline is the most privately owned shoreline in the country. And the public access is largely gated public access based upon your ability to buy a home in some of the wealthiest communities in our country. Thank you, Mr. First Selectman.
Thank you for your questions, Representative. Good to see you.
Thank you. Senator Wong, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good to see you, First Selectman Camillo, and we miss you up here in the General Assembly. Thank you for your great work in the town of Greenwich. A question for you. Would you agree and affirm from the 2001 case that coastal access is indeed available for everyone, and that is undisputable? Would that be correct?
Yes, I did see you, Senator. Yes.
And I think in the review of this, there are obviously considerations, and Representative Lamar has been a true champion and advocate on this issue and raising the topic of conversation. But the three major points for me on this bill is one, relating to town maintenance of roadsides and the beach cleanup. We talk about the possible commingling of state and federal funds, And it's important because Long Island Sound is a critical economic as well as environmental, and funds go to clean it and maintain it, and it should have First Amendment access for everyone. But that being said, talk to me about what the town of Greenwich, or any town, in regards to the maintenance of that beach for cleanliness, for protection of storm damage and things to that effect. That's not state or federal funds on that, is there? What does your town do as a municipal cost to maintain, to keep those beaches clean and safe?
Well, thank you for the question, Senator. It's fully funded by the town as far as that goes. I know Representative Lamar brought up the Long Island Sound, and he's right, and that's why you and I support making sure that everybody who wants to come to a beach can do so. But again, this just comes down to local, not just local control, but also public safety, and having some local jurisdiction, right, over a property that's within your borders. So obviously, when there's a nor'easter like in 1992, or Superstorm Sandy in 2012, or Ida last year, we go out there, and a lot of times there's not only just damage to the dunes and sand and the roads, but our docks go. We had damage in all of the parks, but the two that are offshore, our little islands, that are terrific, but they really got slammed in 2012, and it took a while for them to come back. So we want to make sure that everybody who visits there, whether they're residents or non-residents, that they could do so safely. And again, if somebody's there, whether it's after a storm or not, if there's ever a medical episode, we want to make sure that if there's just no other way to get in there but these two lanes going into Todd's Point.
And it's important. I mean, you've been a long time environmental champion, and there's just that delicate balance in regards to capacity versus the ability of a beachfront and environmental communities to be able to withstand that kind of capacity. But you didn't really answer the question in regards to how much of a burden is it on your municipality and your Parks and Recreation and your Public Works to continue to keep the beach areas clean, and I go for morning walks in my beaches in Fairfield at 6 a.m. The town has raking machines, going through cleaning up the debris from a busy day of visitors and patrons of it. Talk to me about what you know from a municipal budget that a lot of people don't fully understand in being able to maintain quality beaches that are available to everyone, but nevertheless, the burden falls on the municipality that houses those beaches.
Yeah, it's a significant part of the Parks and Recreation budget, beach maintenance. When there's erosion, right? People don't think about it, but there's erosion, and we're planning for coastal resiliency now. We're putting money in the budget, millions and millions of dollars in the next 10 to 15 years about planning for coastal resiliency. It's not just the beaches, it's a lot of the houses around the shore there. If you're on the shore, you're a very lucky community, but you're also up against it because you're the first line of defense with rising sea level. So and when we get a storm, again, when you get a storm and you have it's a perfect storm where there's a full moon and like what happened with Sandy and the winds were gusts of up and close to 90 miles an hour. There's a lot of damage, and it's just without the storms, just the regular maintenance. Yeah, you're right, Senator. People go there, they walk to the beach, they go there as soon as the sun comes up, they're there walking every day. It's got to be clean, it's got to be maintained, and we also have to have a police presence, not only for medical episodes, but you just never know when something is going to happen. And we we have a guard at the booth there, checking people, making sure they're coming in there with with things that are legal, right? And we want to make sure that's a fun day at the beach for the family, but it's it's not just Parks and Recreation. It's, we have other operations going in there, and police are there every single day, and they stay close because, just in case they have to.
Well, First Selectman, since you've been in the legislature, we've now made marijuana legal too as well. So that's another consideration when you go to public access beaches. But the second part of my question, thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence, is talking about pedestrian, bike, and traffic safety. I've had the opportunity in preparation for this to drive through the checkpoint at Todd's Point and some of the other beach communities. Those streets are just kind of originally very narrow streets, and the idea of being able to have roadside parking as well as unfamiliar people driving in various neighborhoods. One of the charms, but also one of the challenges, and I know the chairs in this in the Transportation Committee is working really hard to ensure through Vision Zero pedestrian, bike, and traffic safety. But one of the things we've seen is for out-of-town community individuals that aren't familiar with the twists and turns of beachside streets and narrowness of the streets, and children playing out in the streets, bikers and pedestrians walking, that there is a real concern for congestion and just pedestrian biking and traffic safety. Can you talk a little bit? You talked a little bit about law enforcement in the general area, but talk a little bit about the increased capacity, the increase of unfamiliar visitors to your interesting street sides and curb sides. Talk about pedestrian biking and traffic safety when this capacity significantly increases.
Sure. Thank you for the question. It's a good one because you're right. The beach area down there, what we find is we get a lot of people who come from out of town who want to get around the $40 fee for the car. They may have a pass, so they will park in neighborhoods and they'll walk into the beach, which again is not that safe because there's only one way to walk in there. That's over this little causeway, unless you're walking through a private association on the right. And so it's, you can walk it and you can bike it on that narrow causeway, but I've done that, hundreds of times in my life, jogging in there, and you gotta be careful. And so you have to wait, and the cars are very mindful of that. So I think it works out, but it does cause an issue, especially when you have, again, somebody living in a neighborhood and they start seeing cars parked there. And if they're having a family event, sometimes there's not going to be room there because there's cars parking there because they want to get around the $40 fee. But you did mention before, and someone who was nice enough to send me a note, the beach maintenance is 12% of the whole total Parks and Recreation budget, and it's over 1.6 million just for that alone. And that excludes the Marine Division, which again the Marine Division, if you're in the police, but they'll attack problems from coming from the water, so they do help with the beach, but that's not included in that dollar figure.
I appreciate your time, and it's always great to talk to you. And you just affirmed that for all of us that sit on the committee and have so many of these meetings and wonder who's watching, I guess there are many people who are watching and paying attention to what we do up in Hartford. And thank you for the information. And I appreciate that. And I hope that you are in conversations with other coastal leaders up and down the southwestern coast to be able to share your perspective and the cost and public safety concerns as well moving forward. But I want to leave you on this, and I just want to get your affirmation. You absolutely affirm that coastal access needs to be available for everyone. The devil's in the details. Would you agree with that?
100%.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your time, and great to talk to you, First Selectman Camillo.
Good to see you, Senator, as always.
Thank you. Just one last thing before you go, based on that $1.6 million and then saying, okay, that doesn't include other other expenses that you had. Let's just say it was $2 million to maintain these fees. And I believe you said you have 63,000 residents. That was the number.
63,000
ish.
280 maybe.
Okay. All right. So by my calculation, if you divided the 2 million by the 63,000, that would mean that approximately per resident, that would be about $31 of maintenance, which is still obviously lower than what you're charging for out of town folks. And then just a quick glance at the 2022-23 budget, it does appear that there was a decrease actually in people coming to the beaches based on projections of admissions. And that, would you say that that actually bared fruit, that you had less people coming to the beaches, or what was?
No.
What do
Oh,
you-
where did you see that? It was less people.
I pulled up the Greenwich proposed budget that you can find online for Greenwich at greenwichct.gov.
Oh, okay, good. You're doing your homework. That's great. I don't know. I know that last year, the 2022 beach season, Todd's Point or Greenwich Point, which is again the main thing that people talk about, we had 531,263 visitors to that beach. That far dwarfs the other ones. Byron Park comes in at just under 125,000. And the beaches, the Island Beach and Great Catman's Island, which is our two island beaches, combined was 32,539. So we still get a lot of people coming in there, and the single day entry passes sold last year was over 52,000. So it's 52,000, roughly 343 were sold last year. I don't know if it came down. I don't have that information in front of me. If it came down a little bit, but it's still a lot. And I know it's a very popular destination. I'm surprised if it came down a little bit last year, but it's usually right around these numbers every year.
Yeah, well, it's good that you have that to the out of town residents, apparently out of towners, to help supplement all of those costs, I suppose. Representative Lamar for the second time.
I apologize. Thank you for the indulgence, Madam Chair. Based upon the numbers that you just provided, did I hear that right, about 531,000 visitors to Todd's Point last year?
Yes, for the beach season. That's not for the full. That's just for the beach season. So
For the beach season.
Yeah, so
You had
that's
531,000 visitors just to that one beach.
Yes.
And the annual fee for beach maintenance is like roughly $2 million, maybe a little less.
Yeah.
So it seems like, very rough back of the envelope math here, that's less than $4 per person to maintain the beaches.
I don't have a calculator in front of me, and I'm not good with but this is something that was, when I said vetted, this was back in 2001. Members of the finance department got together with the people at Parks and Rec and went over each person. They broke it down, each taxpayer. So again, I'd have to speak with our finance department and see who that excluded. But if it's, I believe it was each taxpayer and what percentage went towards the beaches and the parks. Because again, these things all have to be opened up. They all had to be opened up. And the parks, pretty much, I don't think it was ever an issue at our parks. The main issue has been really at this one park, again, is you all know it commonly as Greenwich Point, but the locals call it Todd's Point. And this is the one that caused the beach lawsuit in 2000, where the court decree came in, I believe, in 2001. To me, it's always been about a capacity issue and also a public safety concern. If God forbid something ever happens there, so I could certainly get you all the exact numbers and send it to you. I still have your email address, and then you could share it with the committee there.
I greatly appreciate it. And I don't want to take advantage of the good chair's willingness to extend me additional time. I just highlight, based upon the numbers that you provided, which I am genuinely thankful for. It does appear at about $4 per visitor to the beaches is the cost for maintenance associated with the beach.
I think it's a lot more than that, but I'll get you I'll
That'd be great.
circle back with them and I'll send you something.
Yeah, whatever you can, because the numbers you provided me, it turns out it makes it look like the beaches themselves are a profit generator for the town of Greenwich, not a cost burden. So it'd be good
Yeah.
to see those numbers so we can evaluate that more fully. And I thank
Yeah.
you, Madam Chair, for your time.
Yeah, 100%. I know, again, one of our beaches loses money because of the ferries. Probably two of them do. It's just a service that we've always provided and then subsidized. But yeah, I'll circle back, send you a note.
Okay. Senator Fazio for the second time.
Unfortunately, it'll take longer for us to do all the math here, but it's also worth considering that some of these beaches have had to be closed to additional visitors because there's limited capacity. So an admission fee also ensures that people who are using it can actually enjoy using it, because otherwise it would be impossible to do so. So there are several considerations when operating a idiosyncratic, unusual property, our asset that all these towns have, in order to maximize the enjoyability for the residents and for non-residents who are paying a one-off fee in order to use it. And so this is one of those things where, as the good representative said, there needs to be general parameters, and the lawsuit, for instance, helps set them forth. And I think we have a maybe a suboptimal but a good situation now where we're balancing all those considerations. But local leaders and officials are going to be able to balance those considerations effectively, where maybe Todd's Point has different policies than a beach in East Haven, than a beach in Groton, and so on, based on the space, based on the individual characteristics of those assets. And so it's not just one number, it's not just two numbers, it's a lot of considerations. We definitely, the idea of general parameters as were set forth in the lawsuit, I think probably made things reasonable, but it's not just going to be one or two numbers that dictate how these properties should be run. And that's why we have local leadership who needs to be attuned to it and needs to be empowered to deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Camillo, for your testimony today. Have a pleasant weekend. Up next, we have
Thank you.
Representative Turco, followed by Senator Slapp.
Dear Chairs Kravos DeGraw, Senator Rahman, Vice Chairs Chafee and Needleman, and Ranking Members Zullo and Fazio, and distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. Hello, everybody. Happy Friday. I know we have a long weekend with President's Day, so I will try to get through my testimony as quickly as possible and be available for questions. I am expressing my support today for two bills. First, House Bill 5244, an act authorizing municipalities to establish a property tax abatement for certain condominium units. So I proposed this legislation on behalf of my constituents who reside in condominium units in the town of Newington, and they have expressed that they believe they're being taxed unfairly. They believe they're being assessed at the same rate and pay the same percentage of taxes as individuals living in residential properties, but do not receive the same level of municipal services. For example, snow plowing and road maintenance, garbage pickup. These are services that these condo owners are paying additional fees to contract with private companies to provide these services, but are paying the same percentage of taxes on their properties to the municipalities. So what this legislation is suggesting is that municipalities be authorized to have the ability to offer some sort of tax abatement to these condo owners, to these associations, when they're not providing equal services, but are taxing them at the same rate. These are what this request from these constituents. They believe that if municipalities have this ability, that then it could be a more fair tax structure. So I really appreciate the committee giving this a public hearing. You'll hear from residents today that will further express why they believe this is something that should be considered. I know New Jersey actually does this from OLR's research. I believe that it is actually a mandate in New Jersey that municipalities have to offer this. This bill has come up in the legislature before, but let me make this clear that this proposed bill is not a mandate. I personally do not think that's a good idea. This is just authorizing municipalities to have the ability, so each municipality can decide whether this is the right fit to offer an abatement in their town and how much that abatement would be. So it's giving local control, but it is authorizing. So that is the first bill. And then the second bill I'm testifying on today is House Bill 5888, an act concerning the Metropolitan District Commission. And this legislation is putting more oversight over the MDC in the.
Summarize.
Yes, so this legislation includes annual audits, a task force, a model code of ethics, and there's been a lot of trust that has been lost in the MDC for our communities and residents in member towns throughout the year. I think more transparency should be welcome. It will only benefit the operations and services provided by the MDC to the public, and it will help earn that trust back. And I appreciate your consideration. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much, Representative Turco. Representative Delnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for your testimony there. So, in your opinion, do you think a second set of eyes looking at the books of the district makes sense?
Thank you, Representative, and for your question. The short answer, yes. But to go a little further detailed into that, we've looked at different models on how we can have those second set of eyes in the past. Some have suggested that MDC should fall under PURA's jurisdiction, and there's been other areas that have been considered. I think there's an agreement between a lot of residents, state reps and state senators that are part of member towns, that another set of eyes, some increased transparency, would be a good thing, just to make sure that this public investment that goes to MDC, the amount of money that our residents are paying for their water, sewage, and services is being, spent in the best way possible. There are a lot of great people that work at the MDC. There are a lot of great commissioners and board members as part of the MDC that are really have the best interest of our constituents. But increased transparency and having an additional set of eyes just to make sure that, everything is being done ethically and properly, I think is so important for that public trust.
Well, I appreciate your comments there. For the record, I worked at the Metropolitan District for 32 years, and I introduced 5888 for just the reasons that you enumerated right there pertaining to transparency. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you so much for your time, Rep. Turco. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Up next, we have Senator Slapp, followed by Representative Meskers. Good afternoon, Senator Slapp.
Good afternoon. It's good to see everyone. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to come here and testify. Thanks to the leadership of the committee. I am testifying in support of House Bill 5888, which concerns the MDC, of course. You just heard from my good colleague, Representative Turco, very briefly about some of the reasons why we think that this is such an important bill. I do want to thank Representative Delnicki for his leadership on this issue. We've been working together on this, as well as many members of this committee and the General Assembly, for many years now. And the ideas, and there's 4 basic concepts included in this bill, really represent ideas from a number of legislators on both sides of the aisle, in both the Senate and in the House. And I'll just kind of go over them real briefly. I have submitted testimony with some examples in a little bit more details, but one piece of the bill is an annual audit by the state auditors, as we just heard, really just an extra set of eyes. This is consistent with what a lot of quasi-publics do. And we have had initial conversation with the state auditors and feel like that's something that's in their wheelhouse. A compliance audit, certainly. A task force to study the MDC charter, which is about 100 years old. In my testimony, I give some examples of how antiquated it is, even the language that's used to refer to certain groups of people. It's just one example of how it needs to be looked at. The code of ethics, and adopt a model municipal code of ethics. You'll hear perhaps later from the MDC, which stands in opposition to the bill, that this is redundant and that they have already a code of ethics. But there's certainly nothing wrong with them adopting the municipal kind of model code of ethics. My good friend Representative Delnicki, I think, articulated earlier that they're probably the largest municipality by some measures in the entire state of Connecticut. So why not, fall in line with the other municipalities? And then allowing non-member water service towns to vote just on the water rates, I think, is just a basic issue of fairness. And just to summarize, constituents of mine, they have great faith and love for the MDC water and for the sewer services that they provide. So they love the water. They don't necessarily love the governance, and they have some issues with trust. As Representative Turco said, there are many, many fine people who work for the MDC. Many commissioners were grateful for their service, and they do a good job. But this is about really kind of giving them a nudge and improving public confidence in the governance of the MDC. And that's going to be good for the MDC, and it's going to be good, most importantly, for consumers and for the towns they serve. And the last thing I'll say is that, there's this growing sense, certainly I believe in the communities that I serve, that the balance and the relationship is not where it should be. And the MDC exists to serve its customers and to serve those towns, not the other way around. Thank you very much for having me here today, and appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Senator. Representative Delnicki.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. And Senator Slapp, I want to recognize you for your leadership in this also, because quite frankly, this is truly a bipartisan issue we're dealing with here, and bipartisan leadership on the issue. And for the record, I agree with the great people that work there. As a former employee of the MDC, retired after 32 years, and the fact that they have the best drinking water anywhere, in my opinion, in the country. So from your perspective, a second set of eyes by the auditors would actually improve the trust level and raise it to a standard well above? Is that your assertion?
Absolutely. And I think it's important to be very clear. And this is something that you, Representative Delnicki, articulated in a news conference that we had about an hour ago, which is that this would not be to replace the audit that already exists. And it's very consistent with how quasi-publics operate, where they have initial audit and then there's a compliance audit that the state auditors do as a follow-up. So, this is not to, impugn the integrity of that initial audit, but it's to say that another layer is important, and it's going to help, I think, with public confidence. No question in the MDC right now in my community. I think in many cases, MDC does not get the benefit of the doubt, and this bill would help change that.
And that's a very good assertion on your part, that it would actually improve the confidence in the leadership and the confidence in the product that they're delivering. Is that right?
No question. I think there's no question. And I think the people in our districts want this legislation.
And you spoke of the task force that would look at the organization and the charter of the MDC. That task force would just look, or would it replace, or what?
Well, I certainly look forward to working with the leadership of this committee and the membership of this committee to flesh out some of those details, how the commissioners are selected, who selects them, should there be term limits, issues like nepotism and things that have been raised. I mean, I think all those things should be looked at, right, and refreshed. But I hope that it would be, and confident that it would be a bipartisan effort. It would be a collaborative effort, and really grateful for the leadership of this committee and members of this committee for their willingness to have this conversation, to have this public hearing, and then hopefully to work on those details in the coming weeks and months.
So then is it safe to say that the task force would not change anything, but would make a recommendation if there were to be any changes?
That's right. That's my understanding. Yes.
Well, thank you, Senator. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for helping out in this bipartisan effort. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Always good to see bipartisan effort. Seeing Representative Baumgartner.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator, for coming to testify. Just a question regarding the audit that would be conducted by the auditors for public accounts. Would the Whistleblower Act that's codified within our statutes also apply to this bill? To the MDC as well?
Yeah, we'd have to take a look at that, certainly open to that. I mean, we certainly want to encourage folks if they do, see something that they feel needs to be, reported on, to be able to do that. So we wouldn't, I think, look to weaken that in any way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other questions at this time. Thank you so much for your testimony. I know I had said that Representative Meskers was on deck, but we've actually passed the first hour of our hearing. So at this time, I would like to call on David Leal, please. And we'll return to Representative Meskers after.
Thank you, Chairwoman Kravos DeGraw, Chairman Rahman, Ranking Members Zullo and Fazio, and all other members of the Planning and Development Committee for holding a public hearing. I am David Leal, a resident of Rock Hill, Connecticut. I am also interning for HDO this session. Before I start my testimony, this does not represent the work I'm doing this session, or does not represent my employers. I am testifying today in staunch support of House Bill 6400, an act prohibiting hostile architecture. Hostile architecture or design in the context of the homeless is urban planning that restricts the movement of the homeless. As the Nordic Journal of Applied Ethics puts it, hostile design includes benches that cannot be slept on, spikes in the ground that cannot be stood on. What I have learned from the Housing Committee is that our 211 system is overwhelmed, underfunded, and is unable to supply shelter, especially during the late hours of the night. So oftentimes, our homeless population is reliant on benches and elevated surfaces to find a safe place to sleep. So imagine for a second you're homeless and forced to sleep on cold, hard pavement on the same level as ants, rodents, and gnats. This is the cruel reality for many homeless people because of intentional hostile designs. I believe as a society that this policy decision mandates that hostile architecture mandates the seating accommodations in our public spaces, and for which our most vulnerable citizens, the elderly and the disabled, will suffer the most. When I tell people why I love our great state, I proudly boast about our public spaces in our state parks, hiking trails, and beaches. But in the words of Harvard urban planning professor Gerard Caden, the irony that some public spaces actively discourage public use should not be lost on anyone. It should not take a professor of urban planning at Harvard to exclaim that our public spaces need to be accessible and open for all members of our communities. I urge the community to support House Bill 6400, an act prohibiting hostile architecture. Thank you again for holding a public hearing on this matter.
Thank you for your testimony today. Do we have any questions? Senator Fazio.
Hello, sir. Good to see you. We're neighbors in appropriations, so it's good to see you testifying as well. Could you just give us a few, I know you alluded to them in your testimony, just give us a few other examples of what hostile architecture would constitute, because I think it's not a term that's familiar to the general public or me or most of us until we saw this bill.
Definitely. So hostile architecture is a bench with an additional armrest in the middle. It can also constitute spikes in bridges, extra additional metal pieces on a flat metal bench, and anything that kind of prevents someone from laying down or are laying down on, or or sometimes spikes under bridges.
Understood. And so the premise is to stop people from lying down on it, I guess.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Do we have any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony today. Our next speaker will be Representative Meskers.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So I want to thank Senator Rahman, co-chair Representative Kravos DeGraw, ranking members Fazio and Zullo for your assistance in this meeting. Look, I'm here to talk and to speak my voice in opposition to 6550. You've heard the prior commentaries from my first selectman, from other members of the community. I'll give you a different spin and a different view on this. I sit on the coastal shoreline of all of Greenwich, which means I represent all of the shoreline from the border with Stamford to the border with New York. We have two physical beaches within those premises. One is at Byram. That beach is continuously closed due to water quality issues emanating from the Byram River, and I would suggest most likely from New York and spillage. So the beach is never open for public use, albeit we have a pool that was recently renovated and donated to the town. That pool has a capacity of 275 people. During the course of the summer, that pool is rotated on an hourly basis due to capacity issues. So the usage of that pool is continuous. In fact, the design of the beach fosters a situation where people enter, use the pool. They have a 2-hour or 1-hour limit. The pool is then vacated. Another group of users can come in to use it, and then they can proceed to the rest of the beach and the grass areas to sit down, because there's no sitting area around the pool because they're trying to maximize the usage. So the one beach that provides best access to my most disadvantaged people is in Byram. There are only 150 parking spots for the pool area. It is continuously at capacity for every Saturday and Sunday during the summer. That is the Byram pool. The Greenwich Point Beach, which my first selectman referred to, has parking spaces for 1,100 people. It generally hits capacity at least 8 times a year. Now, of my town of 62 or 63,000, there are numerous private golf clubs. There are a couple of beach facilities that are private, et cetera. The only 2 public facilities available to the majority of my population are those 2. The capacity issues are already extant. Now, I'm willing to understand the concerns of the committee in relation to access, but one needs to understand that I abut New York. I was elected to represent the representative of my district. Arguably, I am responsible on my sworn duty to represent the residents of the state, but I certainly was not elected to represent the New York residents. So I think that the proposed fee structure will basically overwhelm my facilities with out-of-state residents, and I don't think it's acceptable. And therefore, I'm in opposition to the bill. I understand that the state has capacity constraints, and I heard the comments related to the fact that we have the most restricted private beach or privately owned beaches on the Northeast corridor. I would suggest that the state has both the responsibility and duty to consider acquisition of properties as they become available to build more public beaches. I'm not adverse to a reasonable access to the beach. I think we do provide that, and I'm concerned that the fee structure you suggest will leave my town overrun with out-of-state residents and will deny my disadvantaged residents access to a beach. You know, in summary, my town, my school district has 30% free and reduced lunch. We are not just a town of multimillionaires. My district, as it's carved out, my schools in my district along the shoreline have a population of about 50% free and reduced lunch. I'm trying to provide access to my vulnerable residents, and I think this bill works in detriment to them.
Thank you for your testimony today, Representative. Do I have any questions? Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Representative Meskers, for your testimony today. This has been a conversation you and I have had quite a few times in the past few years. You, I think, highlight two issues that I want to just probe a little bit more. One is that you think the differential rate structure is largely about capacity control, and that is the primary function of the fee structure that Greenwich has employed, is to limit capacity at the local beaches?
No, I made no assumption about that. I appreciate the question. What I'm suggesting is I'm at capacity at one of my beaches already every weekend in the summer. And now this measure would increase demand and create capacity constraints that would limit the residents and non-residents who are already trying to use the beach.
Thank you, Mr. Meskers. I don't think it would increase demand. I think the demand is somewhat static. I think everyone would like to go to the beach during the summertime. It's basically the cost structure and basis that determines whether or not they can or cannot go.
I appreciate that comment, but demand and price factors into demand and supply. I mean, it's not an
I
argument.
think that gets to my first point, that that's largely the cost basis is largely a mechanism for capacity control. And I want to highlight another thing that you mentioned, which was you worry chiefly about folks from New York coming into the community. If we were to address this in legislation to apply only to Connecticut residents who are providing significant multiple millions of dollars per year in Long Island Sound upkeep, the clean air, clean water funds, sewer separation funds, water pollution control authority, maintenance funds, would they be more amenable to you if it applies simply to Connecticut residents who are paying these dollars?
You know, the state spends an inordinate amount of money, or a large amount of money, on many facilities, on many aspects of the Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act. The access to the water is defined legally as it stands. The statute would alter that access. So the question becomes, if you can limit it to Connecticut residents, you still haven't addressed my concern, which is the beach that serves the primary beach that serves the part of the constituency that I serve, that I think is the most disadvantaged, is already at capacity. And what you're suggesting will only increase the demand and limit access to my residents.
Thank you. I don't understand how folks who live that close to the waterfront are going to have limited access to the waterfront, but I take it as a parking capacity issue, which is chiefly the primary concern for folks. And I think I understand the unique nature of a 2-lane road that leads into Greenwich Point or Todd's Beach.
No, I was referring to the Byron Pool, which is at capacity, right? And I can increase the parking capacity, but unless I build a bigger pool, I have no access.
Right. And again, just to highlight, like, we are all responsive to our districts. I understand that. I represent the city of New Haven, formerly the town of East Haven. I certainly heard from residents of mine who are not happy with my approach to this issue, but I do think sometimes it's not just the issues that our local community may find popular or politically relevant to them that we have to advocate for, but understanding when there's a deficiency in access because of Connecticut's historic approach to, and frankly, your community's historic approach to beach access, make it so that we need to revisit our current statutory restrictions and whether or not communities should have broad discretion to charge and discriminate however they choose to, whether it's by price controls or access controls or determining that, again, I'm looking this up, that you have to have a Greenwich residential pass on your car to be able to park at the parking lot. And I'm getting the latest news. The average Greenwich house price topped $3 million for the first time this past year. Most recent article suggests that housing inventory is at an all-time low in Greenwich, and the ability to access a municipally owned public beach that abuts the Long Island Sound, which we spend tens of millions of dollars on annually, the capacity for out-of-town residents to access that location and access that incredible natural resource that we have is largely confined by your ability to afford that $3 million home or be able to spend multiple hundreds of dollars for a day pass to access. And I think, I know it's popular for constituents to protect access, but I think there's a bigger issue here that I'd hope you'd be helping me create a more equitable policy statewide.
I agree that we have a statewide issue. I have to represent my district, and I'm telling you, with a population, school age population that's 50% free and reduced lunch, with 4 housing projects, of the 5 housing projects in my town, which no one ever talks about, or do I hear up in Hartford, I'm telling you, I have issues that I'm trying to address forcefully. Now, the second question is, if there is demand at the statewide level for beach access, right? When was the last acquisition of property along the shoreline, which comes up for sale? When was the last public beach, an investment in a public beach? Because I still can't get enough access for my communities and my disadvantaged communities. My beach, I'm telling you, the pool is closed it's at capacity almost every weekend in Byron Pool.
Thank you. And I think that's great, Representative Meskers. I think, and I want to highlight that Greenwich is by no means the worst offender on this issue when it comes to pricing and access. And when it comes to what the state is investing specifically in beach rights and access, we're doing substantial amounts almost every year. In fact, just in the last budget, we gave the town of Clinton $500,000 for maintenance and upkeep of the town beach in the town of Clinton. The town of Clinton then charges differential rates for Connecticut residents who help support those funds. It's a complicated issue across the entire state, but it is clear as day that the state of Connecticut is supporting local beaches, public beaches, municipally owned beaches, but those same communities are turning around and making it almost impossible. And
I appreciate your effort. I don't mean to be as aggressive. I'm just defending what I think is an equity issue in terms of my community, my disadvantaged community, to access to the beach versus out-of-staters as well as out-of-towners. And I realize there has to be a healthy balance, and I know you're trying to achieve that. But I have the unique position, even though it's the 150th district, to be the last bloody district in the state. I flush up against New York and the Sound, and I do have the most disadvantaged population in my town, and I'm just trying to defend them.
Thank you, Representative Meskers.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Do we have any other questions? I see Senator Wong on Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Mesker, thank you very much for your advocacy and sharing a perspective on your district that not a lot of people fully appreciate. But I've asked this, I'm going to ask of everybody that may be opposing 6650. You affirm that beach access needs to be accessible for everyone. Would you agree with that?
You know, in this country, when you think about diversity, equity, inclusion, they're important. They resonate with me. It's not that it's not important to me. I have the unique, I have the unique position being in Greenwich that we are much more diverse than the moniker gives us. And I have to fight for that. I mean, you know, we're doing this entire testimony in English. I'm probably the only person sitting up here right now that could do it in Spanish. And I'm not making any claim to fame, but we need to think about the issues of inclusion and diversity and equity and people's access. And I agree, the access needs to be improved. My point is I haven't got enough access for my population as it is, and I already provide access to both out-of-staters and out-of-towners.
No doubt. I have seen your Spanish skills as a translator in finance. So absolutely. But it's important. Let me just kind of, people think Greenwich and they think of the gilded coastal Gold Coast. And we have colleagues that reinforce that imagery of multi-million-dollar homes. But describe to me, and I've been through the area of Byram and the 50% in our school, in your schools, of free and assisted lunch. It is a tremendously diverse, and make no mistake about it, you have tremendous affluence. However, you also have tremendous need in the community. Give a little bit in trying to clarify the public relations image of super wealthy. No doubt they're super wealthy, but there are hardworking, middle class, working class people that reside in Greenwich as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've canvassed my district probably more aggressively than anyone. I was the first Democrat to get elected in 90 some odd years, although Hector has beaten me since he's the first Democrat forever. But I literally canvassed and walked door to door. And I approached one door, and the conversation went on in I won't tell you which language because I don't want an identifier. Conversation went on. I heard the accent. I broached the language. We had a conversation, and it was an 18 or 16-year-old girl who stopped me and spoke to me. And no one was home. And so as an older man, you're discomforted. You're looking, you're saying, I'm not going in, blah, blah, blah. The stories or the concerns. And she said to me, I need your help. I didn't qualify this year for free and reduced lunch. And my heart broke because she didn't know me from anything. I wasn't a member of her nation of origin. And she reached out to me just to say, I need your help. And she trusted me. And I helped resolve the issue. And the hunger issues and the poverty issues are real. I have, as I said, 4 housing projects in Greenwich communities. We are dealing with it. I live every day with those concerns. I'm a person of privilege. I've been lucky. I was born in the Bronx. I live in Old Greenwich. I'm not going to deny my personal life or access. But I see what my people need, and I do my best to serve them all. And the needs are real. And I understand, I think Senator Lamar is fierce in his advocacy for beach access. I think it's a real issue. But I'm telling you, I have both capacity and need issues in my town, and I'm abutting New York. And I have a conflict because New York is too close to me.
I appreciate you sharing that, and that is a important story. You talked about a capacity issue from an access, right? Mm-hmm. The pool access, but you also mentioned as you abut New York and the environmental concerns. Mm-hmm. It's a delicate and fragile balance. It's fascinating. We talk about equity and access. If this law was to be passed, the overcapacity would just overwhelm the system, and the 16-year-old young lady and constituents that you have that aren't of the $3 million homes, they would be denied access within their own town. Would that be correct?
They would be denied access. We would have to tighten access because we have summer camp programs that utilize the beach facilities for some of our less fortunate residents. We would have to curtail some of the programs or limit their access to the beach. We would have to turn away more residents. And that's not going to affect the residents in the $3 million house that are going to go to their private golf club and go to their pool or go to their private beach club. But it's going to affect the residents that I represent.
And make no mistake about it, the residents you mentioned, the 16-year-old young lady and the 4 housing units that you described, every single resident of Greenwich can go to Todd's Point. They would not be precluded, and they would be paying the normal rate that you would charge Greenwich residents across the entire socioeconomic scale. And if we were to open this up, and I see the justification, I see the rationale of it, but you're also saying to many of the communities within each of those towns that in access capacity, they would be precluded from accessing the taxes they pay in their town to maintain and to ensure that this is part of the reason they live in the town and pay their taxes.
And I think if they want to study their issues and their fees and look at fair access, I don't think it's not, I think Roland brings a fair point. Everyone needs to study it. But I would suggest that I think we've done a decent job in Greenwich. The fact that I can't get to the pool on the weekends in Byram tells me that if anything, my fee structure isn't great, but I want to get the maximum amount of exposure for my people. So I'm at capacity all the time.
And ultimately, it is, as we talked about, capacity and access, environmental fragility. But also, I think you're talking about a coastal resource that is limited. You're not going to create any more. It's fixed. So we're trying to manage access in regards to that, and there has to be some balance, so to speak. So, but I want to thank you for your advocacy, and I think it's important for people when they hear the moniker of Southwestern Connecticut and they hear particularly of the Gold Coast of Greenwich. No mistake, there are tremendous wealth and affluence, but there's also great socioeconomic needs as well. And I appreciate you representing that whole gamut. And thank you for speaking up today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do we have any other questions? Seeing none, our next speaker will be John Coe, followed by Senator Kelly. Is John Coe with us? Not seeing John Coe, we will call Senator Kelly.
Good morning, members of the Planning and Development Committee. I'm State Senator Kevin Kelly, and I'm here to testify in favor in support of Senate Bill 1000. As policymakers, we often talk about getting municipalities to work collaboratively. This is especially true for towns that are adjacent to one another. Neighboring towns not only share common borders, neighboring municipalities are bound through nature, transportation services, and environmental protection initiatives, and they share important public services such as emergency management and first responders and animal and water control. Pollution control. What this bill does is it encourages towns to work collaboratively and inclusively, basically to work as good neighbors. It only makes sense that when one town owns land that is entirely within a neighbor's borders of that host community, that you provide that host community with a right of first refusal on the sale of that land. After all, the reason the town that owns the property is selling the property is because they don't want to have or don't have any use for it any further. And the host community, obviously, it's part of their community and their neighborhood, and they might have a significant interest in purchasing it. Senate Bill 1000 is a common sense proposal which states that any municipality that intends to sell real property owned by such municipality that is located in whole or in part in another municipality shall grant such other municipality the right of first refusal to purchase that property at fair market value. Such right of first refusal shall be deemed waived 90 days from the date of any such offer if the other municipality has not accepted that offer in writing. Senate Bill 1000 is a common sense way to encourage fairness as well as reasonable, neighborly, good government. I would urge your support of Senate Bill 1000, and I certainly appreciate your time.
Thank you for your testimony today. Do we have any questions? Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, whatever your capacity is in this present moment. Sorry. Thank you, Senator Kelly, for your testimony today. I get that this is a common sense proposal. I see the utility in it. My question was, and I thought of it the other day, is that unfortunately, sometimes the cogs of local government tend to move a little bit slowly. So my question was, would you be open to just exploring that 90-day window as far as accepting in writing. So I don't know necessarily if there some local approval processes may need like an 8-24 referral and then local council approval. It may take a little bit longer. Maybe something like a letter of intent from the CEO would extend it or toll the period. I'm just trying to think of, I don't want the period to pass and something to happen and it not be able to be exercised. So
Right.
would you just be open to that kind of a consideration?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I understand the question and the cogs of local government. It's a good question. And yes, if it was just a letter of intent from the chief executive, that would be appropriate, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I had.
Do we have any other questions? Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Kelly, for a presentation. I think you talk about a very important point, that it makes sense that when one town owns the land that's entirely within its neighbor's border, and that host community, if that owner wants to sell it, should have the right of first refusal. Take me through that. Has there been a case where relating to municipally owned real property that the owner of the property is looking to sell it and the town wants to make an offer to acquire it as part of its community interest, but is not given any opportunity to do so? And I can't even imagine how frustrating it must be to the community and to its local community government that their community land is out of their control. Could you give some examples of why this bill is so important to kind of maintain the balance of a good neighbor interaction, but also good government?
Sure. I mean, obviously, this bill came from my own district. I have in the town of Stratford, a municipally owned airport by the city of Bridgeport that's owned 100% within the geographic confines of the town of Stratford. But I'm also aware that this could also happen with other municipalities that own reservoirs in other towns, that if they ever decided to abandon that reservoir, I'm sure the host community would want to get their hands on that resource. But getting back to my district, you have the town of Stratford that has never had the opportunity to own the airport, has actually made an offer to purchase the airport. But in this case, the city of Bridgeport would prefer to sell it to the Connecticut Airport Authority. Connecticut Airport Authority has also submitted testimony against this bill, and they cite the 90-day is too long. But I will say that they've been in negotiations with the city of Bridgeport, and it's unclear to the public how long, but I know from our perspective, what's become public, it's been at least a year in the making. It could be longer because most of those negotiations are going on in executive session outside the earshot of the public. But it just seems, pretty common sense that if a host community wants to purchase something, and the town of Stratford did make an offer that was basically rejected, that they should have the opportunity to purchase that. And just so everybody here knows, Stratford is home of Sikorsky Aircraft, making the world's best helicopter. Igor Sikorsky invented the helicopter. They're built in Stratford. We built the Corsair, which helped win the war in the Pacific during World War II. That was actually manufactured across the street from this airport. This airport became developed at that time. But the town of Stratford has never had the opportunity to purchase that, despite our illustrious history and interest in aviation. We haven't had that opportunity, despite the fact that the offer to purchase also included professional management of the airport. So I think what this would do in the instant case is allow us to do that. But it's more common sense than that. I think it goes across the board. If any town has property in an adjacent town and they don't want or don't have a need for that anymore, that the person that they offer that to, or the entity they offer it to, would be that host community, that they may have an opportunity to use it. rather than some third party that may or may not work with the host community.
I appreciate that. And you point out something very important, that the airport in question in Stratford is called Sikorsky Airport, and it's named in honor of Igor Sikorsky, which has its headquarters in Stratford. So when you think about the commitment and the community connection to that airport, it's even more resonant. So
just as a point of clarification, Senator Wong, the airport was renamed by the city of Bridgeport because they wanted to make sure that its geographic designation was part of the name. And they renamed it the Bridgeport Sikorsky Memorial Airport rather than the Stratford Sikorsky Memorial Airport, because that's where the airport is actually located.
it's always Sikorsky Airport to me, and Sikorsky is Stratford. And I think you're a tremendous champion of that. But let's move that away. This bill would also apply to an example in Tweed Airport, right? Which is in the city of New Haven, but it's also partially in the town of East Haven. This would also be applicable if it happened in Tweed. Would that be correct? That the town should of East Haven, with an airport possible expansion or changes, even though it's wholly owned by the city of New Haven, but they're going to unilaterally make that decision impacting the town of East Haven. This bill would ensure that those communities have a say in what happens to their community and how potential decisions and policies and impact will have on those communities. Can you kind of parlay that?
This is different than the Tweed scenario, because in Tweed you have an airport that is co-owned by the municipalities. And so there's East Haven property and New Haven property, where in the Bridgeport situation, the entire airport is in the geographic boundary of the town of Stratford. None of the airport owned by the city of Bridgeport is in Bridgeport. And that's a critical distinction between the two municipally owned airports.
Thank you for that clarification. And I guess my point would be that these communities that would be impacted by unilateral decisions that host these kind of airports should have some say in it.
Well, I'm always a proponent for the people that are the host communities of whatever government entity would have input. I think that's what we want as part of government, and to make sure we have good government is to make the voices of the people, particularly the people that are most affected, heard.
And I appreciate you pointing out the fact that there was not a great deal of transparency and true democratic participatory process when the decisions were made relative to the Sikorsky Airport in Stratford.
Was that a question or a statement?
No, I just wanted to make sure that that was part of your testimony to kind of reflect that lack of transparency.
It was.
So thank you very much for your time, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Senator. Good to see you again. Just one quick question. Would this bill allow for the sale of property from municipalities, the sale to, say, a subdivision? In the case of my district, represent both Groton and Stonington, home to 3 subdivisions, the city of Groton, Long Point, and Stonington Borough. And would this bill afford the kind of first right of refusal should the town ever sell town property to those, or the towns in those respective municipalities sell it to those subdivisions?
Are the subdivisions of the same municipality?
Yes.
I'm not.
Yes.
I would welcome your input and advice with regards to that on the bill, because what this contemplates is one municipality if I'm going to sell the property, I would give right of first refusal to the host community. So this would be within the geographic confines of the municipality, but it's then broken further into subdivisions. So I would work with you to make sure that this is properly drafted to accommodate the interests of those subdivisions.
Excellent. And I would also extend that to fire districts, as there are many fire districts that own parkland. In Mystic, for example, many years ago, they built a park in downtown. And I'm sure many folks would have loved to have gotten their hands on that for private development. And so there are examples. Again, we have oversight over fire districts and all municipal law. So hope we can maybe include some of those fire districts and subdivisions as well in the bill.
Those
Thank
are
you.
good points, and I look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Well, thank you for your testimony today, Senator.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Up next, we have Christopher Stone, followed by Representative Arzino. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good afternoon, Senator Rahman, Representative Cavras DeGraw, Senator Fazio, Representative Zullo, and members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Chris Stone. I'm District Counsel to the Metropolitan District located in Hartford, Connecticut. We submitted testimony in opposition to House Bill 5888. That testimony is before you, and it provides for an introduction as to what the MDC is, what we do. So I won't go through that, and I won't fortunately read this 3-page testimony, but I'll try to just hit some high points and certainly be available for any questions. As to the requirement for a audit by the Office of State Auditors, as has been stated, the MDC presently undergoes an annual independent audit. That audit, as a requirement, has been in existence for some time. It is relied upon by our bondholders. It is certified by an independent auditing company. Over the years, they've provided at times management letters, corrections, advisories, all of which we have subsequently complied with and continue to comply with. That audit is shared with the Office of State Auditors presently. It's shared with the Governor's Office, the Office of Fiscal Analysis, the Program Review Committee, and with the Planning and Development Committee. This has gone on since 2014, this additional disclosure to these state agencies and these offices. And I will tell you that in each of those now 8 years since then, we have received no comments, no questions, no inquiries about the information that we've submitted. And that's not because these agencies haven't looked at it. I'm sure they have, and I'm sure they've reviewed it thoroughly. There's been no comment on it at all. In addition to those reports on the audit, we also submit our annual affirmative action reports, our workforce statistics, also go to these entities. So it's in terms of transparency, we provide probably more information, or at least as much information as any other municipality within the state of Connecticut to state officials. As to the ethics, municipal ethics issue, we have beefed up. We've had an ethics ordinance for some time. We've beefed it up recently to bring it more in compliance with and consistent with the model code adopted or proposed by the Office of State Ethics. That policy does contain a whistleblower policy. It does contain a conflict of interest disclosure statement, which has to be submitted each year by our members of our board. It also provides for an ethics advisory panel, which we did not have before, which we have now, which deals with ethics issues as they may arise. We also had recently a presentation by.
Please summarize.
That was quick. I'll just very briefly on the other two. As in terms of the vote, the non-member towns are presently represented. They have a voice. They can attend any one of a number of meetings that we have during the year, including budget meetings and water bureau meetings on the water budget. And then finally, as to the task force, I would submit that we already have a task force, and it's called the state legislature. We are a creation of the General Assembly. We're a special act municipality, and over the past decade, for example, you've amended our charter at least 4 times to provide for greater transparency, greater disclosures, and greater compliance with all laws of the state, many of which are not applied to other municipalities, but only applied to the MDC. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for running over, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions? Rep. Delnicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Stone, are you opposed to a second set of eyes looking at the books? And when I say that, I say from the standpoint of the auditor of public accounts, taking a look at the books. Are you opposed to that? Because it strikes me that if anything, it would strengthen your position.
Thank you for that question, Representative Delnicki. We have now an independent set of eyes through our auditor. We have 5 other sets of eyes through the organizations and entities and offices that I referred to in my testimony. If the state wants to pay for another audit of the MDC's books, that would be fine with us. There's certainly nothing to hide, and quite frankly, I happen to agree with you. The more that people know about the NBC, the better for the NBC.
So I take that as you're not opposed to it.
That's correct.
Thank you. As for the task force, they would be looking at the charter of the district from basically a neutral perspective. They would not be going into there with any agenda or to accomplish anything in particular, but they would be looking at it from a neutral agenda. So from that perspective, would you be opposed to that?
Again, we go through an audit, or I'm sorry, we go through a task force type exercise every legislative session. And quite frankly, any particular part of our charter that any particular representative or senator feels is outdated or needs to be updated, you can do that through a special act that deals specifically with that issue. A task force is not going to create any more or less involvement of the legislature than what they already have, which is extensive. So there's no need for a task force.
But from what your comments are, would you say that you would be amenable to a task force looking and making recommendations? They wouldn't be changing your charter, but they would be making recommendations one way or another.
Again, there's no need for a task force.
So I take that as a no.
You can take it as we already have one. It's called the General Assembly. There's no need for a task force.
As for the voting rights of the 4 non-member towns on just water rates, I know the district board had taken a negative to that last year. Is there any movement on that one way or another, or are they still against that?
Well, you know, Representative Nick Delnicki from our engagements over the past couple of years, and you brought this to the General Assembly on at least one other occasion formally. We've always been willing to talk to you about creating some additional rights for the non-member town representatives. I will tell you, and as I've told you before personally, they already have a voice. They can attend any one of our numerous meetings that we have monthly. Certainly, the 8 to 10 meetings we have at the towards the end of the year regarding our budget. If they haven't attended, that's not because they've been excluded. That's been by choice, but they certainly can attend. Some have attended and have expressed their opinions as to our particularly as to our budget and as to our water rates. In fact, in terms of our rates, as you know, the water rate is uniform throughout the district. So I would submit that our 29 voting members have a keen interest in making sure that the water rate is fair, that when it's appropriate, it can be stabilized or even reduced. In fact, for 2023, our water rate was in fact reduced by a significant amount. So they're looking, our 29 commissioners are looking after the same things that the four non-member town commissioners would be looking at. I just really don't see a need for additional voting. I will tell you, as you know, back in the day when the non-member town representatives were named, they were named as non-voting members for a reason. And it was because, in part, they represent a small portion of our customer constituency. They don't have the exposure that our member towns have in terms of offering their full faith and credit behind our bonds. They just don't have the same responsibilities or obligations that our member towns do. They get our water. And I thank you for telling the board that we have some of the best water in the state of Connecticut, but they don't have all the other obligations that our member towns do. We'd always welcome an introduction or discussions about the member towns becoming members to give them full voting rights and everything, but those discussions have not been had.
So I attended one of your meetings, and it was basically a discussion on the non-member towns having the opportunity to vote on one thing only, the water rates. And the commissioner from Glastonbury is a non-member town, and they don't have a vote, and they do have a voice. And the commissioner made the comment, and I'll never forget this. And she said, quote, "I don't say a lot because I don't have a vote," unquote. How do you address that? I mean, that was a comment. I think you were there when she said it.
She's entitled to her statement and her opinion. I will tell you that not the same commissioner from Glastonbury, but a former commissioner from Glastonbury, not only had a voice, but tended to express his opinion a great deal. His name is Whit Osgood, and he spoke a lot about the NBC bonding indebtedness. He spoke a lot about the NBC rates. He was listened to. He was paid attention to. Much of what he said made sense, and much of what he said changed the position of the board. So it's unfortunate that she felt that way. It's unfortunate if she still feels that way. But no member, non-member or otherwise, should feel inhibited or restrained from expressing their opinion and representing their constituencies. I hope she's had a change of heart, and I would hope that non-member town commissioner speaks her mind as issues come up.
Well, I think we're going to respectfully disagree on this issue. I really believe that the non-member towns should have that one vote when it comes to the water rates. I commend you on lowering the rates this year, and I suspect that if there were the four non-member town commissioners having an opportunity to vote, they probably would have supported that.
We have
I have to disagree with you on whether they should have a vote or not. I truly believe that it's kind of like taxation without representation. But then again, that's my view as a representative looking out for the people in the town of South Windsor, that their commissioner doesn't have a vote. And I'll just make an aside comment pertaining to that. I spoke to my town manager, and I asked him what he thought about having a vote, and he thought that was a good idea. And he made the comment that if he didn't have a vote, well, he doesn't have a vote. He fails to attend the meeting because he doesn't have an instrument to support or oppose rate increases. And I think that's something you should consider. But I appreciate your testimony.
Well, thank you, Representative Delnicki, and I will tell you that we value our 400,000 customers. We value our legislative delegation. You're amongst them. I appreciate the comments from Senator Slapp and Representative Turco. And we are always willing to sit down with our legislative delegation and see what, if anything, we can work out so that you may not, or we may not get all that we want, but certainly there's room for compromise. We have a meeting of our government committee next Tuesday. One of the issues on the agenda is pending legislation, including this bill. So hopefully the talks will continue, and we'll reach out to you to make sure that happens.
Well, thank you, Mr. Stone, and thank you, Chairman.
Do we have any other questions? Seeing none, we will move to our next speaker.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Arzino, followed by Eric Hammerling.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Just to contradict Representative Meskers, that was the only one that had any other language in this room. Well, this is my first time on this side of this podium. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Vice Chairs, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. I am rising here to speak, as you can imagine, and you heard my first election, you heard Steve Meskers, against part of Bill 6650, and specifically to the statement of purpose that reads to prohibit municipalities from restricting non-residents' access to municipal parks and beaches. Greenwich is a town that during the beach season, we are running simply over capacity. And I heard the questions here that were follow up to many of us is Todd's Point, Greenwich Point is free of access to the public. Anyone from anywhere can go today. And during non-beach season, we do not enforce any parking permits. We don't enforce permits. We don't enforce license plates. And if anyone is willing to jump and have a polar bear swim, is welcome to do it in the sound, will be allowed. Some numbers have been mentioned today during the beach season in 2022, and I will reiterate them. Greenwich Point, 531,000 people went through during the beach season. And Greenwich Point, I've been in other beaches in the state, and it's in a small place. I mean, to walk is nice, but the beach the beach area is very small. Byron Park Beach and Pool, 124,000, beach and pool only, but the beach, as Representative Mesker mentioned, there are many parts of the year that cannot be used, 65,000. Attendance for Island Park and Capitan Island, 32,000. Pool capacity, you heard, 275 people. That is reached almost every Saturday and Sunday during the summer. And we have to rotate the use of the pool on hourly basis. You heard also about the diversity in Greenwich. Many of the most needed families have access to the parks and beaches with subsidies from the nonprofits. So, I mean, here is a matter of capacity without any doubt if we allow it and we'll move forward with this bill.
Thank you for your testimony and coming in today. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
That's okay.
Great, great.
No problem.
Do we have any questions? Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good to meet you. I don't know that we've had more than a 45-second conversation so far, so
Yeah.
we won't go through too much today. Except I just want to take issue with one point that you raised. It is already illegal to restrict access to the beaches based upon town of residency. Towns cannot do that.
Right, anyone can go
Even,
today.
even during beach
and
season,
use it.
even during beach season, a town cannot say, no, legal. That was what the Supreme Court decision that
That's right,
Greenwich was
that's
sued.
why we have permits.
Right. And so then we get to the point of what restriction means.
Yep.
And my contention is when you create a fee structure that is so out of balance with what a person's ability to pay is, you create a de facto restriction on non-resident members of a community ever accessing that beach. It is already illegal as determined by the Connecticut Supreme Court when Greenwich was sued over their beach access practices in the past. It was determined that you cannot restrict the exercise of someone's First Amendment abilities to access that beach based upon town of residence. So I think the conversation we're having now is what restrictions are acceptable to place on access and what kind of cost barriers are acceptable for a local community to enact that preserve access and the affiliated other concerns that a community has, but don't end up with a de facto status, which is restrictive of town residents. And I think that's the challenge that I hope to maybe have this conversation with you moving forward and other individuals, because I contend and have contended and lost routinely in this chamber that the practices by a number of communities throughout our state serve as de facto restrictions based upon town of residence. And so I think that's the clarification that we're trying to see.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. I don't have the answer. How do you deal? I mean, for the ones that live there, I understand that you grew up in Greenwich, no?
No, I live in the city of New Haven.
Oh, okay, sorry. And sorry, my mistake.
That's okay.
How do you deal with capacity? Where in the law we deal with the capacity issues that we have in Greenwich? I mean, we have on Sundays, we have a park and recreation people controlling the traffic. We have police officers. They are today studying, I mean, how if the park has to be closed during the summer for reaching maximum capacity. So those are facts. Those are real facts. How do we deal with that situation?
I think that's an important consideration. That's why I never suggested that a town couldn't establish capacity limits. I think capacity limits are appropriate. Based upon the testimony earlier today, the town of Greenwich reached capacity on their beaches 8 times last year, 8 days that we're talking about capacity.
That's a touch point.
Yeah.
Byron Park is different.
Yes, 8 days at Todd's point. And I wouldn't change capacity limits. If a town is determined reasonably and rationally that a capacity of a certain level beyond that is too much and they cannot accommodate it, that is fine. It's the discriminatory process of who is allowed onto that beach prior to a capacity limit being assured. That is the nature of this bill and the purpose of this bill. And I think that's where the conversation points will be moving forward.
Yep. And I think that Greenwich is setting a good example. As I said, during non-beach season, that is a long season in the States, anyone from anywhere with any type of license plate can walk the dogs in the beach, can picnic in the beach, can swim in the beach, can do whatever they want without anyone enforcing any pass or entrance to the park.
And the Connecticut Supreme Court's determination is that the constitutional rights of Connecticut residents is not limited by whether or not it's sunny or warm that day.
Wow.
And that people have access to beaches every day of the year, irrespective of town of residence. And determining how we accommodate that right that Connecticut residents have and the cost basis that might arbitrarily dictate that they are not welcome are the point of contention here. I think
Right.
that's what
And
we
it
can
will
do.
be a challenge to find the solution for that.
I don't think it's a challenge to find a solution. I think it's a challenge to find the votes, but that's that's my contention. With that, Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Senator
Thank you very
Fazio.
much for your question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. It's good to see you, Representative Arzano, and maybe we'll go for that polar plunge this weekend over the long weekend. I'm actually never going to do that. But I think Representative Lamar brings up a good point. The Supreme, and I try to get at this in my colloquy with the first selectman, that under the Supreme Court ruling of the state that it's already illegal to restrict access to non-residents unreasonably. And so the current law already stipulates that it's illegal. And so if the current fee structure was prohibiting either de facto or de jure non-residents from accessing the beach, then the proper recourse would be through the judicial litigation, and it would prohibit Greenwich or any other similar town from the current fee structure. So I think there's a strong argument that it's already illegal to set unreasonable fees for non-residents. And if someone took issue with the current policies, then the recourse would, they would have successful recourse through the legal system. But the fact that there hasn't been a lawsuit since the one in 2001, I think is evidence of the fact that the current policies are maybe not perfect, but reasonable. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today, Representative.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you.
Next up, we have Eric Hammerling, followed by Aaron Good.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Eric Hammerling, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Forest and Park Association. I want to thank the committee for raising SB 998 that would authorize 2 permissive tools for municipalities and help ensure long-term compatible public access to state designated greenways. I should mention quickly that in looking at the testimony submitted online, there seem to be several submissions opposed to other bills associated with 998. I just want to make sure to point that out to you because were there concerns about the bill, we would of course want to address them, but that seems like there just have been mistakes made. State designated greenways such as the Upper Farmington River Greenway in Canton, or the Mattabeesit Blue Blazed Hiking Trail in Middletown are major arteries that infuse life into the heart of communities and Connecticut's outdoor recreation economy, which generated $3.9 billion in direct revenues and supported over 44,000 private sector jobs in 2021. Greenways tend to be longer trails, sometimes connecting multiple municipalities and passing through a patchwork of municipal, state, water company, and private lands. Keeping these valuable trails connected is essential, and we believe incentives are necessary to support the private landowners who host segments of trail corridors to ensure public access even when properties are further developed or subdivided over time. If access to these corridors is lost in the future, the public loses. SB 998 would enable but not require municipalities to abate property taxes on the portion of a trail corridor on private property under the following limited conditions. If a municipality has passed a local ordinance, the trail corridor must be a state designated greenway, and the landowner also must place a conservation easement on the trail corridor and conduct a survey of the corridor, both at their own expense. The short-term cost to communities should be relatively minor, especially in light of significant community benefits from ensuring long-term access to greenways of statewide significance. In fact, property values often increase and retain value in neighborhoods near protected trails. So a municipality using this tool may realize increased property tax revenues from the neighborhood that offset any abatements on individual properties. SB 998 also clarifies that a state designated greenway corridor may be considered open space under PA 490 by a municipality that utilizes that open space classification. Again, this offers a permissive tool that municipalities can utilize in ways that best meet local community goals. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this important bill, and I'd be glad to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony, Eric. Do we have any questions? Rep. Lamar.
Thank you, Mr. Hammerling, for your testimony today on this issue. Just a quick, would you be amenable to the idea that no local municipality who avails themselves of this opportunity can create jurisdictional restrictions on who can access the property?
Oh, yeah, of course. Absolutely. I mean, the intent of having an easement on the property is never to exclude anyone from using it. It's to promote public access. And when I say public access, that's for everyone.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. Hammerling.
Any other questions? Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not a question, but a quick comment. I just want to say that I think this is a valuable bill in terms of our overarching goals of the state to connect our trails and pathways. And it was something when brought to my attention, I found very interesting because you just don't think about the fact that we could have, very small pieces that basically create a non-contiguous situation with our trails and paths. So thank you very much for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Really appreciate your support.
I'd also like to briefly, thank you. Sorry, it's been a long day. As someone who used to hike quite frequently back when I had free time, I've been on many of the trails that you mentioned, and I do know how disjointed some of them can be, traversing various private and public properties. So I do appreciate this effort to preserve the continuity of these trails for everyone to enjoy. So thank you once again for your testimony. And our next speaker will be Aaron. Oh, sorry. Representative Zawistowski. You didn't give me a chance to get it right.
Thank you. Senator Rahman has had a good time with the name too. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. In this discussion about non-contiguous trails and stuff brought this to mind. It's something that we're looking at in a different committee. Does your organization support use of eminent domain for trails and bike trails?
No. And actually what this bill, of course, has nothing to do with eminent domain, but it's all based on what a landowner would be choosing to do with putting an easement on their property to preserve that public access. The element of the bill which addresses, whether there's the possibility of abating taxes on that trail corridor, that's also a decision that the municipality can undo in the future if it wishes to. That's built right into the bill. So there's this is all about choice and not about eminent domain.
Great, thank you very much. I think a lot of great opportunities come from having these trails available for people for walking, for biking, for any type of recreation or transportation. So I appreciate your support for this. I think it's a great idea. I'm not sure the bill is necessary, but I'll bring that up with Betsy Garrow when she comes in as well. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Aaron Good, followed by Michelle Toss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm with the Farmington Canal Rail Trail Association and a resident of New Haven. And like the previous speaker, I want to speak in favor of a local option, not a mandate, but a local option for tax abatements for conservation easements, and in favor of extending this favorable tax treatment to state designated greenways on private land, which I believe is an improved feature of this version of the legislation over similar legislation in previous years. The effort to create the Farmington Canal, which is the crown jewel of bicycle pedestrian infrastructure in Connecticut, began 37 years ago. We would like to complete the project by the 50-year mark. That is a very, very long time, longer than virtually any other kind of public works project. And the reason for that is the weakness of the carrots and sticks for establishing right-of-way for greenway and trail projects. One issue is the limited statutory authority for acquisition of land for greenways, even when the greenway is demonstrably used for essential transportation purposes. There is a bill in the Transportation Committee that would hopefully remedy that. But the other reason for the excruciating slowness of these projects is that the tools for inducing private property owners to provide access agreements are woefully limited. Recently in New Haven, we had a major project, Farmington Canal Phase 4, where it took 10 years for the city to negotiate 2 very minimal easements, one of which was air rights in a parking garage, the other a temporary construction easement, which I'll come back to. But we almost lost the federal funding assigned to this project because of years of postponement. And this is the key point. The amount of revenue lost through any tax abatement for this project would have been lower, perhaps considerably lower than what the rise in construction and material costs and other inflationary costs ended up adding to the project due to a 10-year delay. A major project that we like to call our version of Manhattan's High Line, that's essential to economic development, placemaking, regional transportation connectivity, almost fell apart because we did not have sufficient tools to induce private property owners, in this case, major commercial real estate companies, to come to the negotiating table and sign on the dotted line. We narrowly dodged the bullet with Phase 4, but in other situations, there may be important projects that are not so lucky. Major regional bicycle pedestrian connectivity projects like identifying and implementing a route for the East Coast Greenway through the Hartford region and through Fairfield County will only be possible if we have additional tools for establishing right-of-way. Closing the remaining 8-mile gap in the Farmington Canal in Southington and Plainville will only be possible if we have additional tools for establishing right-of-way. As I said, we'd like to get the Farmington Canal to the finish line in the next decade so that some of the long-suffering activists who started working on that project back in 1986 will actually have the satisfaction of seeing it completed. East Coast Greenway and Farmington Canal are major regional initiatives benefiting multiple towns, but there are many other smaller trail projects important to individual towns that this legislation will help make 15 to 20-year projects instead of 30 to 40-year projects. And that makes a big difference in terms of reducing the costs and enhancing the benefits of these projects. I noted before that sometimes, particularly in complex urban environments like New Haven, the type of property right that needs to be acquired for a Greenway project is not a permanent conservation easement, but a temporary access agreement. Yeah, I think that this type of temporary easement is not covered under the language of this bill, but in my experience, it can be just as important to the completion of Greenway projects. So I think these types of temporary easements should be eligible for favorable tax treatment under this legislation as well. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, we will move on to our next speaker. We have Michelle Toss, followed by Jeb Stevens. Not seeing Michelle Toss, so we will move on to Jeb Stevens.
Hello, and thank you, honorable members of the committee. I'm the Trails Protection Coordinator for the Connecticut Forest and Park Association, and I appreciate the opportunity to communicate my support for Senate Bill 998. My organization manages and maintains Connecticut's Blue Blazed hiking trails, or Blue Trails as they're often called. These trails are state designated greenways, and they're immensely popular and provide an array of benefits. But despite this, they are threatened by potential loss of connectivity. Around the state, many Blue Trails cross a mosaic of public and private properties with numerous sections on unprotected private lands. Such sections are vulnerable to closure at any time, especially as properties change hands and development and subdivision pressures increase. Subsequent trail closures could break the connectivity of these trails forever. It's a simple reality that in our small, highly developed state, the Blue Trails will always be hosted by some private landowners. These landowners allow access through their land for all, free of charge, and often without thanks or acknowledgement. They make our communities better places and are the unsung heroes of the Connecticut outdoor recreation world. But we can't rely on handshakes and goodwill alone to keep our greenways open. We need to be proactive. SB 998 does that in 2 ways. One is by providing a tax abatement for landowners to permanently protect this asset. With this bill, landowners can be rewarded for providing public access to their land by partnering with a land trust or municipality to protect their section of state designated greenway in towns that have passed the local ordinance. This is an important incentive because conveying a conservation easement can be expensive and can devalue their property. A second benefit of this bill is that it clarifies that the open space classification of Public Act 490 can be applied to portions of land hosting a greenway. This is important because even with the tax abatement incentive, some landowners may still be reluctant to incur the costs and hassle of placing a conservation easement on their land. Participation in outdoor recreation is booming, and it is incumbent on all of us to develop innovative ways to protect access to our natural spaces. Providing incentive to keep lands in private hands while allowing for public access will help keep our state designated greenways connected and unfragmented. And I just want to mention that SB 998 would only apply to state designated greenways, not to other trails. The tax abatement that it provides for is optional for municipalities, and it would need to be locally established via ordinance. And finally, that tax abatement would only be applied to a corridor of land 100 feet wide at a maximum, not to an entire parcel of land, but just to that corridor. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony and for raising this important bill.
Thank you for speaking with us today. Do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you.
We currently have a large gap in the speaking order on Zoom, so I'm just going to run through the names, and if you're on, please speak up. If not, we will circle back if you come on later. We have Kathleen Meyer, Alexis Harrison, Susan Halpern, Dina Cummings, Betsy Guerra.
I'm here. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Betsy Guerra. I'm the executive director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns. I'm here today to talk on several bills. I submitted testimony and just quickly summarize. If you have questions on any of the other issues, please let me know. You've heard a lot of testimony about House Bill 6650 regarding the beach access issue. We do oppose the bill as drafted. I certainly understand the issues that the bill is intended to address, and we do fully understand that restricting access to non-residents is not consistent with the current law. But we do have concerns with limiting the fees as it is suggested under the bill, simply because the costs of cleaning up and enforcing restrictions and enforcing laws to maintain the public safety at these facilities are increasing significantly. So we do oppose the bill as currently drafted. I think it is an issue that perhaps we can take a longer look at and determine whether or not there's some way to figure out what would be the appropriate fees for non-residents. But we do feel that a higher non-resident fee is justified. We also want to support House Bill 6391, which increases the penalties for the violation of municipal ordinances from $250 to $1,000 unless otherwise provided for by statute. It hasn't been updated since 2006, so I think it's justified to increase this to make sure that towns have an effective enforcement tool. We do have concerns as well about some of the other issues. We oppose House Bill 6294, which prohibits the requirement that a donation of land be provided as a condition of subdivision approval. This has been a very effective tool in ensuring that municipalities have the opportunity to balance housing development with the need to provide open space, outdoor recreation, and other benefits for their communities. It's been also very helpful ensuring that they can protect habitats, natural resources, water resources, and so forth. So I don't know why you would want to eliminate this, but we certainly oppose the bill before you today. Again, I have mentioned we have submitted testimony on a number of issues. One that I just submitted on is Senate Bill 999 regarding the increase from 70% to 75% in terms of the assessment rate. Can't figure out really what the goal of this is, I think it would create a lot of confusion for property taxpayers. And I also think because there are certain pots of municipal aid or reimbursement programs that are tied to the mill rates, such as the car tax reimbursement, it may create some unintended consequences. So we're looking into that more thoroughly. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I see Rep. Dubitsky.
Hi, this is Susan Halpern.
Oh, sorry, Susan. I will get to you as our next testifier. Sorry if I skipped you. Rep. Dubitsky, you may proceed.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Ms. Guerra, for coming in. I'm asking you specifically about the bill that would prohibit towns from demanding large portions of property in order to subdivide. I understand your testimony with regard to why you would oppose it, but let me ask you, if a landowner has 3-4 acres of property, and let's say has 4 acres in a 2-acre zone and wants to split it for to build a house for his kid, and there are towns where the person would be required to provide a certain portion of that property to the town. Why would that be fair? Why is that fair?
Well, I think at least in most of the communities that I'm aware of, it is not a mandatory requirement. It's something that may be required. I do know that there are at least a couple towns that require it across the board for any kind of subdivision approval. So that is something, you're right, it does raise a question as to whether it would be fair under those circumstances. So we'd be happy to look into that. But I do think as drafted, this would prohibit the use of what can be a very effective tool in ensuring that there are some considerations for the open space needs of the community.
Well, sure, open space needs of the community are one thing, but when there are towns that require up to 50% of the property be given to the town for the privilege of building another house on your own property. For one thing, it sounds unconstitutional to me. I know it has not, I don't believe it's been challenged, but a requirement that a landowner, in order to subdivide their property, give half of it to the town, pretty excessive to me. And as somebody who believes in personal property rights, I can't see how that would be sustainable.
I'm happy to look into that further. We do have a very good group of associate members that have expertise in land use law. So I'm happy to ask their opinion as to whether there are ways to address that without kind of undermining what has been an effective tool in many communities. So I can follow up with you on that, Representative Dubitsky.
That would be great. Thank you, Betsy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Guerra, for your testimony today. Representative Dubitsky just touched on one of the few issues annually that he and I agree on, and it always is in this committee. But my questions won't be on that specific issue, but instead the testimony with respect to beach access that's contained in House Bill 6650. I saw your testimony, and you've provided so much testimony in the past, and we've had some good conversations about it. And to quicken that conversation point, I would love ideas on how to draft this in a way in which we get to those issues that we jointly recognize, because I've tried 3 or 4 different approaches, and traditionally the opposition has centered around, well, if it was just drafted a different way, we'd be in favor of it. Well, I invite you to help me out, because at this point in time, what I've seen from local communities is not that they care to increase access or equitable treatment for non-resident owners, but instead on an annual basis, they increase fees based upon what surrounding towns are getting away with. And 2 years ago, you suggested in this committee that towns are now on notice, and you believed that they would adopt more flexible approaches to how they regulate beach access. And what we've instead seen in those last 2 years is towns have gotten even bolder in the prices that they charge to access beaches, and have petitioned to restrict even more of their lands to non-resident, to a resident only basis. So I do at this point feel like I'm imploring you that if you think this can be done better, to get me language to do this better, because I am not seeing it, frankly. I am not seeing a local focus by Parks and Rec directors, first selectmen, or townspeople to open up these access points more broadly. Instead, I'm seeing the exact opposite, that our failure to act legislatively based upon the inability for this bill to get over the finish line the last few years has emboldened towns to charge even more and greater fees for access. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I will reach out and try to compile some data on what the fees towns are currently charging for. I think one of the issues is that a lot of these problems were exacerbated during the pandemic, when our beaches that in other recreational areas, outdoor recreational areas, just became overwhelmingly swamped with people, because first of all, they had the time to go and visit these areas, but also because they were outdoor and they didn't pose the same risks as some of the other indoor opportunities. And towns were just faced with unprecedented amount of trash and public safety issues at these beaches and other facilities. And they had to end up increasing their presence, increasing the amount of refuse removal containers, et cetera. And when they tried to limit the amount of passes available to try to put a lid on that, the residents were outraged. So I think you had a very difficult situation where residents felt that they couldn't access any of these facilities, and that the towns were faced with increasing costs, and sometimes thousands and thousands of dollars. I think that has, as I heard earlier today, the amount of people trying to access the beaches and other areas has diminished somewhat. They're still very popular areas. So it may not be something where it's it can't be capped at 2 times more, but maybe there's more of a formula that can be used to provide some direction at towns as to what would be considered reasonable, because every facility is a little bit different in terms of the size, the parking availability, and so forth. So I do agree. I committed to helping to address this, and we have concerns about the way it's drafted. So I will certainly look at this and see whether or not we could come up with some language that may be helpful without kind of creating this difficult burden on our towns that have these resources in their communities.
Thank you. And I think, I understand the feeling that there are unique constraints or considerations based upon the location, and maybe a formulaic approach could be appropriate. I would just contend that right now they're in almost all cases not applying a formulaic approach, but instead justifying their cost basis and structure by what the surrounding towns are also charging. And I do have meeting minutes from Parks and Recs commissioners meeting annually and discussing what the associated rates are at each of the local communities in that catchment area. And they're not using a formulaic approach right now. They're instead just using what can we get away with versus what other towns are getting away with. And so I think like we're creating a burden and a standard to change a de facto segregation and discriminatory practice that is not being applied right now by local communities when they adopt those fees. So I think we're creating a much higher standard to change a practice we recognize is, in many cases, deplorable. In order to change that, we're creating a very high standard of proof there. The second thing I want to highlight is I understand the burdens that come with hosting a local asset, a regional asset, a state asset. The testimony that I received, not from you today, but from one of other folks, is that these are almost like these beaches are burdens to these communities. There's an overwhelming burden to have to be a host community. It's just so hard to provide access to our people. They just want to go to the beach so often. It's so expensive to maintain this asset. It's such a burden to our community, and it's just impossible for us to provide access locally and fill this regional need. And just leave us alone. We'll figure it out. And my frustration is community after community along the shoreline has received tens to sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars in clean water funds, community connectivity funds, stormwater, sewer separation, shoreline stabilization funds. There's a town to the east of me in New Haven, just a few towns away, that received $500,000 in a state grant for their town beach this past year. It was a state grant, $500,000 for improvements to their beach. And right now, if you're a resident of one of that towns, you charge $25 for the year. But if you don't live in that town, you have to buy a season pass of $275 per year. Again, that was state taxpayers who just put $500,000. Seawalls in a number of surrounding towns, sand replenishments, all paid for by state dollars. And I do think the burden has got to be on the local communities at this point, because I've tried 4 or 5 different approaches to get to this issue. And I think we're at a point where something has to be done, and I'm hoping it's this year. But without advice from local communities how they can more adequately accommodate this, and instead saying, let's go back to the drawing board, start over again next year, I'm not all that interested in doing that anymore. That's my 2 cents on that. Thank you.
All right. Well, I certainly appreciate that. I would just like to point out that they may be looking at what other towns are charging, not to see what they can get away with, but to see what they think may be fair. So I do agree that the municipalities that host these resources treasure them. They're not, I don't believe that they are a burden at all, but they do come with certain requirements and certain burdens just to maintain them safely. So I do think there is a balance, and hopefully we can work together to strike that balance.
Representative Zawistowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Betsy, good to see you again. Are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. On Senate Bill 998 concerning the easements for trails and tax abatements, you know, I'm all in favor of trying to get connectivity for trails. I think it's great for us to be able to connect our communities for transportation purposes, recreation. But what's going on in my mind is I'm wondering if this bill is actually even necessary. Can you tell us whether or not how towns currently handle this? I know that some people do grant environmental or recreational easements to, property owners grant them to towns. Do they have a corresponding drop in their assessment values that would kind of make up for rather than having a tax abatement?
I'm not sure about that, honestly. I have had conversations with Eric Hammerling about this, and I have committed to putting together a small group of our municipal leaders to see whether or not there's a way to address this. Certainly, we support efforts to make recreational trails available in our communities. They're just important to the quality of life and our outdoor recreational opportunities and tourism in this state. So we do want to look at this, but I'm not sure the abatement is the way to go. As you know, historically, we have concerns with even local option abatements because they put pressure on the municipality to reduce property taxes, which ends up shifting a greater tax burden to other taxpayers. So that is a concern. But at the same time, I think we recognize that we need to make our trails viable, and that because of changes in property ownership, sometimes that's becoming difficult as time goes on when you have new owners that maybe don't want people traversing their property or whatnot. So how do we provide them with some incentives? So we're happy to look at that and see whether we could come up with something workable. And in the meantime, I can try to find out if there's any information on what towns are currently doing to support this. Maybe an issue that the regional councils of government have some information on as well. So I will reach out to them.
it would be nice to have some type of incentive to do this, whether or not it's in the form of a tax abatement or a reduction in assessment, which, you know, basically has the same impact, I would think. But I just wanted to get your ideas on that. And I think anything that you have that you want to bring back to the committee would be welcome. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Betsy, always for lending your expertise to our debates and your perspective. Just very quickly on SB 999. I'm surprised that we haven't heard from more people on this issue today. But my question is, do you feel, or do you have any opinion as to whether or not a disproportionate burden from this would fall on owners of real property as opposed to maybe personal or motor vehicle?
I don't think so. You know, to be honest, it really, the 70% has historically been relied on. There are some states that have 100% assessment rate. So, but I think shifting it now, my concern is that it's going to just create a lot of confusion. So I'm not sure what the benefit is. And I didn't see any testimony that pointed to the benefit of changing the assessment rate. So I think what would end up happening, and we need to analyze again the impact of the municipal aid on those pots of money that are tied to the mill rates, such as pilot and the car tax reimbursement. How does that impact the overall property tax revenues that are available to a town and the municipal aid levels? Because if it does have a negative impact on that, or if it somehow brings more people under the cap, then it could diminish the property tax revenues and shift a greater burden to other taxpayers. So it's a little unclear to me why we're going down this road at this point, but.
If I may, just to follow up, so, because my concern was simply that in my town, it's 5-1 as far as the allocation of real property revenue versus motor vehicle personal property. So I'm thinking if the assessment rate goes up, then we're going to have to lower the mill rate. But if we can't lower the mill rate all the way, then a disproportionate amount would fall on owners of real property. And the real reason I'm concerned is because that's going to affect rentals. And, you know, we're in the middle of a rental housing crisis. We need to create more housing stock. So that's what I was trying to get at. But if you don't see necessarily that concern, I appreciate that perspective. I'm going to continue to look into it, though.
Well, that may be I mean, you raise a legitimate issue. And so we need to look at that and determine how that impacts it, because you're right. If it ends up shifting more to the real property, it could be a big problem.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that it does. I was just curious if your organization had thought about it yet. So I appreciate the time and the indulgence. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Do we have any other questions? I see Rep. Dubitsky's hand is still up. I'm not sure if you have further questioning or if it's still up from before.
I apologize. That was left over.
No problem. I have a brief question on 6650. Throughout the discussion of this bill, people keep bringing up the term reasonable prices. What would you consider as a reasonable multiplier for a fee for a resident versus a non-resident?
Well, I think that's the question, Representative, is that the Supreme Court decision that considered this issue and indicated that towns do not have the right to restrict access to residents only, didn't provide any details as to what would be considered reasonable. So I think that's why we're struggling with this. I mean, should it be based on the amount that they do expend for additional lifeguards and garbage removal and police presence and any other types of issues that they're seeing because of having this beach or other facility available? So that's why I think it's such a difficult issue to try to get a handle on what would be reasonable. And then also the fact that the homeowners that live in that area are probably have their houses assessed at a higher value because they are in a beach community. And so are they already paying so much funding is in property taxes to support the beach, and that has to be considered. And then to Representative Lamar's point, are there some towns that have received significant funding to support and address water quality issues in these beach areas? So that's another factor. So I think it's a complicated issue to determine what's reasonable, but we can certainly try to figure that out. Because I do think towns would appreciate some guidance so that they don't run afoul of the law.
Yeah, I agree. And I know it's subjective as to what some deem reasonable. Beaches I frequent in the state, or I often go to Rhode Island, it's $7 for residents, $14 for out-of-state residents, which would be the case for me. It's quite a bargain compared to beaches that are much closer within Connecticut's borders, where some of them are factors of 5, how much they charge for the fees. But thank you for your testimony. Seeing no other questions, we will move on to Susan Halpern, followed by Peter McGinnis. Sorry if I skipped you before, Susan. Are you with us, Susan? Susan Halpern? We will move on to Peter McGinnis.
Thank you very much, and representatives of the Planning and Development Committee. I'm here to express my opposition to a House Bill 6650 on a number of bases, but I do want to point out that in the Layden versus Town of Greenwich case, the plaintiff in that case jogged onto the beach. So there was no issue in that decision that pertained to parking. It just said that outright bans of non-residents were not permitted, but it did not address anything related to parking or parking charges. The other thing I'd like to just point out is we have a wonderful beach, the Sherwood Island State Park. So this is run under the auspices of DEEP, a state agency. We might all know that we pay $5 each year as an additional fee for our registration of cars, which gives us, as residents in Connecticut, a great array of beaches and park beaches, state park beaches to visit. However, if you're not a resident of Connecticut, to visit Sherwood Island State Park during July and August on a weekend, it'll cost you $22. So $5, which is what I would get charged because I have a nice Connecticut plate on my car, comes out to 1.367 cents per day to park at Sherwood Island Park, assuming that there's spots. And by the way, sometimes people are turned away because the parking lots are too full. So the difference between 1.367 cents per day and $22 per day for a non-resident is 160,500%. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Any questions? I'm not, oh, I see one from Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. McGinnis, for your testimony. Can you repeat the last couple lines and statistics of your testimony? Kind of lost it in the.
Of course, Senator Fazio. So we are charged $5. It's called the Passport to the Parks, which gives all of us great residents of Connecticut the ability to visit any state park that we want as often as we want for our $5 annual charge. It's added to our motor vehicle registration. So if you take $5 and you divide it by 365 days, That's 1.367 cents a day. However, if you go in to Sherwood Island State Park, which is a shoreline park, and go in with a New York license plate, you're going to be charged $22 to visit during the weekend in peak summer season. So to get from 1.367% to $20, that's 160,500% more as a non-resident. The other thing too, I just point out about Layton versus Town of Greenwich, it was based on the First Amendment right. And it didn't talk about state residents. It just said people have a First Amendment right. So that's the statistic.
Thank you, sir, for clarifying.
Thank you, Senator Fazio. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McGinnis, thank you for your testimony. Do you live in a coastal community?
I do, yes. I'm in Darien.
Okay. It's interesting you talk about Sherwood Island, and it's not been brought up in previous conversations. It is a public access state park. It's one of the great jewels in our state. But we have seen in regards to full access that during warm summer days, Connecticut residents can't get in because of capacity limits. And I think one of the important considerations here, look, it's all, I respect the idea of access, and we afford that, but we have to be very sensitive to the delicate balance between the environmental capacity of our natural resources in the beachfront and also access. We've mentioned that in many different ways. Can you talk a little bit more about Sherwood Island and the open access, but beyond the capacity, we shut it down and don't let anybody in?
Yeah, so I think the first thing to just bear in mind is the concerns about parking fees really relate to peak capacity. It's only a couple of months out of the year. 75% of the year are not peak capacity. 75% of the year, the beaches are really open to everyone, and parking is not enforced by any of these towns. You walk and drive right through, and there's plenty of space. So what we're talking about here is peak capacity, and you're absolutely right, Senator Wong. Sherwood Island State Park has been closed on a number of occasions, particularly during COVID, when people were looking for some escape, particularly during the summertime. And that's true with a lot of these small towns beach access. Another example is in Norwalk. There's the Calf Pasture Beach, which has 130 spots for non-residents. And now if you're a resident of Norwalk and you're on the grand list, they have your license plate, the car's on the grand list, you just go in and you drive in. But if you are a non-resident of Norwalk, it's a $65 fee for Saturdays and Sundays, but the limited amount of parking is what's driving the fee. It's not an exclusionary practice. People can walk into any of these beaches. So it's really the parking and the access in terms of parking and the limited capacity. The other thing just to point out is the costs that are associated with maintaining these beaches include the beach amenities, the structures, the insurance, the staff. These are all sizable expenses for these towns.
And I appreciate that. And I think the key word that doesn't get talked around here is capacity. These are during full summer, high access capacity overfill type of situations that we're talking about, because you're absolutely right. In all the beaches that we're talking about that may be subject to this kind of scrutiny, come winter months, it's open to all. I mean, I walk many of the local beaches that's in question here that's under scrutiny. In the winter months, I enjoy walking it. Many people walk in, park their car in the open available spaces. There's been no kind of denial. It is ultimately a capacity question. I would dare say that. Would you agree with that? That in the winter months, our communities that are under scrutiny here allow everyone to come through and
Oh,
park?
absolutely. I've visited the parks for almost all of the adjoining communities, including Todd's Point. There's a beautiful beach in Westport, a town beach there, Calf Pasture. These are all open except for the peak summer periods. And that is because it's a capacity issue on parking and the capacity issue on capacity at the beach. That is, and play equipment too. So this is really not an exclusion. I would say 75% of the calendar month, these beaches are open and available to anyone that just wants to drive in.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your input.
Thank you. And seeing no other questions at this time, thank you so much, Mr. McGinnis, for your testimony. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Have a great weekend.
Yes, you too. Susan Halpern, let's try again.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you. Sorry for the connection problem before. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Sue Halpern and I live in Stamford. I've lived here all my life. I'm the South End Neighborhood Association Vice President, but basically I am someone who is an avid beach goer. I swim in Long Island Sound, and as I said, I've lived here all my life, so I see what's been happening to the beaches and more people come to the area. Now, according to the 2020 census, Stamford's population increased by 10% over the last 10 years, becoming the second largest city in Connecticut with over 135,000 people. Now, in the last 2 years, thousands more people have moved in to Stamford with the completion of the several more high rises. Also, 89% of the residents have cars, according to the census. The size of the parks and beaches have not changed. The past few summers have seen hundreds more people looking to be outdoors. All the neighboring streets of our parks and beaches have been overtaken with cars, often leaving residents with no place to park themselves. Parking regulations have been instituted in some areas to allow two-hour parking only. But of course, enforcement can be difficult as this requires more manpower. Alcohol in bottles, ball playing, and boom boxes are becoming the norm and cannot be acceptable. Allowing easier access for non-residents by lowering fees does not seem the best way to go. Stamford roads cannot accommodate hundreds more cars, and enforcement of park rules requires much more additional manpower and money to municipalities that would have to pay, for this extra manpower. So I have my concerns about Bill 6650, and I'm just calling as, someone who really has a deep attachment to Long Island Sound and to the beaches, and I'm concerned and overuse and the capacity and how it really affects all the towns along the coastline. So I know it's been a problem, and I just would like to voice my concern. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And thanks for sticking with us and coming back. And actually, thanks for the news flash about the boom boxes, because I don't think I've had one since I was a teenager, and that was many, many years ago. Any questions? Representative,
Thank you.
Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Stu. Nice to hear your voice in this public hearing. Thank you for testifying and always.
Hi, thank you.
I was just going to comment and just say we should look into the capacity statistics for Stamford, for West Beach and Cummings Beach, which might be underused at time. And I think also that when they raised the price to get onto the to park on the beach, I think it caused more more cars to park in residential neighborhoods. So I think there's different tier approach on this, And maybe we need to also look back on the municipal level as to what is going on. But we usually agree on probably 99% of everything, Sue, but maybe on this one, might have different views, but I'm always there in support and ready to respond. And I know you are as well. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you, Representative.
Seeing no other questions at this time, thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend, Ms. Halpern.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Rebecca Bombero of the City of New Haven and John Kukowski on deck.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I apologize, I can't tell who's there on the screen. I'm Rebecca Bombero. I am the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for the City of New Haven, and I'm here today to testify in support of HB 6391, an act increasing penalties for the violation of municipal ordinances. Since you already heard from the mayor earlier today, I'll just highlight some of the same points. The ceiling for penalties as established by municipal ordinance was adjusted in 2006 to $250. I think it's also important to acknowledge that prior to that, the penalty was $100, and that was set in the 1950s. Depending on which you want to compare to, the $1,000 threshold, if adjusted from inflation from the 1950s, is in line with what the $100 was back then. Again, it is a ceiling for these penalties. It allows municipalities to match the ordinance with the appropriate deterrent, because the fine is really there to serve as a deterrent, to ensure that people follow these rules and regulations, and that the $1,000 also allows a graduated penalty. As per the statute and all the ordinances, each offense requires a warning first and then the penalty. At the $250 level, sometimes there's not much room for a graduated penalty between, for the first offense and the second offense. The $1,000 ceiling gives that ability. I do want to make mention, there's some testimony that was on the record opposing it due to some concerns about excessive penalties for violations such as loitering, panhandling, or public urination. Doing a quick review of our local ordinances, there are no such penalties for those types of violations, I guess you could call them. There is one for loitering associated explicitly with loitering and illicit drugs, and that is capped at $90 locally. So again, municipalities already use their discretion below those ceilings. It's this what this legislation does is establish a ceiling to allow the municipalities to consider graduated fines up to that. You've already addressed some of the main concerns like ATVs or illegal dumping previously. And what this does is make it so that municipalities don't have to come back time and time again on narrow issues to ask for higher caps that are reflective of the current needs of the times. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your testimony. I am not seeing any questions at this time. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Up next, John Guskowski, followed by Alicia Sharmat.
Thank you, Chairman Cabral-Segura and members of the committee. My name is John Guskowski. I'm a professional planner and I'm the Government Relations Officer for CCAPA, the Connecticut chapter of the American Planning Association, an association of over 400 professional planners and allied professionals in both the public and private sectors. We are among the top planning and development experts in Connecticut, and we submitted testimony on a couple of bills today that I'll go through briefly. We are in opposition to House Bill 6294, which prohibits the requirement of a donation of land as a condition of subdivision approval. The subdivision open space statutes have always been enabling. They are not mandatory. Towns are not required to set aside open space. Towns can decide for themselves when, where, and how much to set aside, or if they choose to take a fee in lieu of the set aside. So just because some towns in the past may have been aggressive in requiring open space set aside that is not a reason to throw out an incredibly valuable tool to the majority of the communities in Connecticut. This bill is just absolutely not the solution to that issue. We also oppose Senate Bill 1002 as narrowly presented. This bill extends the deadline for ZEO certification. This bill does nothing but extend the effective date of the law without addressing the fundamental points of uncertainty in the statute. The bill does require ZEOs to, quote, obtain and maintain certification, unquote, from Casio, but it does not say that certification needs to be in place by 2023 or 2024 per this bill. It further does not say what the word obtain means, nor what the ramification is for lack of certification. Those things should be clarified by the General Assembly. Otherwise, this issue will just play out in the courts. So this bill as presented does not address that. And finally, we're in general support of Senate Bill 1001, which directs the Department of Public Health to have more authority over somewhat larger on-site wastewater systems, septic systems, as well as alternative on-site systems. 5 or 6 years ago, the daily capacity purview of DPH was increased from 5,000 to 7,500 gallons a day. And that transition has largely been very successful. DPH has proven themselves more efficient than DEP in this matter, with all respect to DEEP. DPH, however, will need some additional resources of staff to handle the complexity of alternative systems. But generally speaking, we have very much appreciated the approach and professionalism that DPH has taken and would support this transfer of purview to them. So that's a summary of the bills we testified on, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. We appreciate this opportunity.
Thanks, John. Always enlightening to have you here, and I appreciate you bringing up some of the bills that we haven't yet had information on today. Representative Chafee, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for joining us today. Couple questions on SB 1001. Is it correct that units over 7,500 gallons go to DEEP now instead of DPH?
That's correct.
Now, you said that the capacity was increased from, I believe you said 5,000 to 7,500 recently to go to DPH. Do they have different regulatory processes to approve of the systems?
That's a good question, and I will not pretend to understand the intricacies of the internal workings of DPH and DEEP, but DPH generally uses straightforward public health code, which is a pretty prescriptive formulaic system. And these are for traditional septic systems, septic tank, leach field, soil type investigation. And that's a very straightforward process. And generally speaking, DPH has, through their network of local and regional public health professionals, regional sanitarians and local sanitarians, has sort of shared the responsibility because they're all using the same playbook, the public health code. When things are at DEP, they tend to have, it's a little bit more of a black box. They have different criteria and things they look for in terms of nutrient treatment and things like that, because they're looking a little bit more in terms of environmental conditions rather than straight public health. So developers have repeatedly told us at the local level that DEP is a much slower process, much more of a black box, and the DPH regulations are clear and formulaic and easy to proceed through.
How often are systems of this size proposed in the state? Do you have any idea?
Quite a bit. Quite a bit. In municipalities where I personally work, I'm a planning consultant for many small towns, and most of the communities I work for do not have public sewer systems. So everything is on-site septic systems. It's very frequent for basically once you get past 2,000 gallons a day. 2,000 gallons a day is a local approval. Between 2,000 and 7,500 gallons a day is State Department of Public Health. And from a bedroom standpoint, anytime you have something more than 15 bedrooms, you're in the purview of public health. So basically, anytime you've got a multifamily development or a commercial development of any size in one of these more rural towns, you're dealing with Department of Public Health. It's pretty frequent.
All right, thank you for the info. I had another question on 6294. the requirement for donations of land.
Right.
Is it current practice now that the first subdivision does not need to donate land? Is that correct?
I would distinguish the difference between first subdivision and free split. A free split or first lot off is not subject to subdivision regulations. Subdivision regulations basically kick in when you create the third lot off of an original parcel. And sorry to get in the weeds on that, but anything that are in the subdivision regulations would apply to anything that is technically a subdivision, which would be the third lot or beyond.
Okay, thank you. Somebody mentioned before that certain towns or municipalities require up to 50% of the land being donated. Are you aware of that happening in the state?
Sure. Yes, it has happened. I've been involved with some towns where that's happened. But they do not, there's actually a separate section of the statutes that allows them to do so. It's the cluster subdivision regulations, which is a separate section of the statutes, which allows, actually has a minimum of 33%, and there's nothing in that statute that prevents towns from going above that set aside. However, the reason that they can do that is because the lot yield remains the same or even higher, because lot sizes are shrunk in say a town where you might have 1 acre zoning, and a traditional subdivision would be lots of 1 acre or larger. If a town has cluster regulations, which would allow them to set aside a higher percentage of open space, as a compensation, the minimum lot size shrinks from 1 acre to something smaller, to a half acre to 3/4 of an acre. So you get the same lot yield on less of the overall property, so that more of the land can be set aside for open space. There's no diminution, ideally, of the lot yield, just smaller lots with a larger open space set aside.
Okay, thank you once again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming in. We very much appreciate your testimony. But the requirement that a landowner donate land to the town is not limited to cluster zoning, to cluster developments, is it?
No, but generally speaking, in I will say in my experience, the towns that have required something more than say 30% set aside do so under the cluster statute, not under the traditional subdivision statute.
Okay, well, I can tell you there are towns out there that require up to 50% to be donated to the town, even if it's not a cluster. So if you've got, let's say I've got I'm in 2 acre zoning, and I've got a parcel that's 4 acres, and I want to split off a lot to build another house for my kid, my grandmother, whatever. I can't do that if there's a 50% requirement. I would need 8 acres. I would need it, so it essentially turns a 2 acre zone into an 8 acre zone, because I have to give half of it to the town in order to split the remaining 4 acres in two to have two 2 acre lots. Now, if we are trying to increase housing opportunities, this is low hanging fruit, especially since it's likely unconstitutional to force somebody to give the town half of your property just so you could build another house for your kid. How do you deal with a situation like that?
Okay, so you put a lot out there. There's a couple of responses. And so first of all, I will I'm assuming it's theoretical. In that condition.
It's not actually.
Okay, well, I'd be curious about the details, because first of all, if you were splitting off a property for your kid or for your mother or your grandmother, there is a family transfer exemption to open space. So that open space by statute could not be required for that, so that the town is doing something unstatutory in that specific case, if it's for direct family members. Second, if it's for affordable housing, as you say, if we need more housing opportunities, affordable housing is also an exemption for the open space set aside. So the statute already deals with those two specific things. However, in some cases, towns may be quite aggressive in their exaction requirements. But our argument is the solution to that is not a statewide mandate that towns can't do this at all. The solution is a local one. The solution is propose an amendment to the subdivision regulations to ratchet that back. And many communities do have what they call minor subdivision processes. If you're creating 2, 3, 4 lots, a relatively small subdivision that's not generating a lot of new population, they will waive the open space requirement because you're not generating the need for new public parks, playgrounds, and open spaces that the statute envisions. Or in many towns also would have a way to essentially buy your way out of the open space requirement by allowing for a fee and lieu process, particularly in small subdivisions where if you're setting aside an acre or two, that's not particularly valuable if it's not going to be an active playground. So towns would mandate a fee. They'd take a couple $1,000 or whatever it is and put that in an open space account to acquire open space in a more valuable part of town. So again, there are lots of solutions to this, and the way to deal with bad town actors is change the local regulations, not change the state statute.
All right. Well, I appreciate your coming in and giving your opinion. You know, if you're calling them bad actors, but they're just following the statutes that we put in place.
Well,
so they're not bad actors. They're just taking advantage of the laws that we passed, and we can change that.
So when I mean bad actors, I mean in the case of, you know, if someone is denying a subdivision for a family transfer or affordable housing situation and requiring open space where the statute says they can't. That's sort of what I mean. If they're overstepping statutory authority.
Well, but you're going to very specific examples.
I thought that was what you were using.
Well, you're right. I did, but I didn't say affordable housing. I said additional housing. So let's say I want to do it for my uncle. My uncle is not an immediate family member, or I want to just build another house because I see a need for additional housing in my town. None of those things are available in the scenario that I said. I would need 8 acres in order to do that in a town that requires 50%, and there are quite a few of them out there. But I thank you for your testimony. I appreciate the options that you think exist, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If I might, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Just a minor piece of clarification. Actually, uncles are eligible for the family transfer.
Fascinating. Okay. One more question, Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, John, for your testimony today. Again, this is the one of those issues where Representative Dubitsky and I, who generally disagree on almost all issues before the legislature, happen to agree. And John, you and I generally agree on a lot of issues where you and I happen to disagree now, which is frankly the growing body of literature, academic literature, and the folks who've studied this use of open space preservation tools across the country have denoted that it is often utilized by local communities that are opposed to housing growth in their community. And I do worry that, I mean, in some states and communities have openly expressed this is the new vanguard in preserving community character. Very specific ideas that we've helped to address in this committee and in the legislature over the last number of years, that this is the tool that a number of communities are looking at to take advantage of to prevent housing growth in their communities. And so I'm a little concerned about the application of this tool. We've seen that there are broad examples of misuse, abuse, bad actors, whatever you want to call it, in the area. So I am very hesitant about the use of this tool in the state of Connecticut by local communities who would be empowered. And we're empowering all communities, not just the good actors. We're empowering all of them for this tool. So that's the nature of my hesitation, my nature of agreement with Representative Dubitsky to a certain extent, and my concerns with the bill. And I don't know if you have any words that could help assuage some of those concerns. But I just asked you, are you aware of the growing body of literature on this issue that points to the perversion of the open space requirements as a means to limit housing growth in communities?
I am somewhat aware of it. I haven't read too much of it, but intuitively it does make sense that communities are using an open space exaction as a way to limit the proliferation of houses or proliferation. But I think the circumstances are a little bit different. And generally speaking, zoning is more of a tool for that. I would say is a much more insidious tool than the subdivision open space requirements are. And I just hesitate to remove the entire tool from the toolbox, particularly in places like our rural communities, our watershed towns, where open space and natural resources play an incredibly important role. I think largely because this lives in the subdivision statute and not in the zoning statute, which would apply to things like multifamily development and special permits and special exceptions and development of more urbanized land where we're dealing with more multifamily. It doesn't really apply and can't be used in that same sort of punitive or overly aggressive way. But I understand that yes, that if a town is looking to keep people out, reduce growth to near zero, this can be a tool used to those ends. But I would argue that eliminating it altogether is the wrong approach, and perhaps limiting it in certain circumstances or providing, better education, better requirements when we start dealing with issues of affordable housing is maybe a more appropriate approach, in my opinion.
Thank you, John, as always, for a thoughtful response. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Representative McCarthy Vahey.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, John, for being here with us. Forgive me for not being on camera at the moment. John, I just wanted to go back to a conversation you were having with our Vice Chair related to the involvement of the Department of Public Health, and you specified, or you said in your remarks that DPH is always involved once it goes over a certain threshold. But am I right in saying that at this point in time, DPH is not involved once it then goes above the 5,000? And in your remarks, I just wanted to clarify that with what you said.
Sure. So until 6 years ago or so, once you go above 5,000 gallons a day, it was from DPH over to DEP. But the law did change. The Planning and Development Committee, I believe, or Public Health Committee, passed a bill that increased that switch point, that threshold, from 5,000 gallons a day to 7,500 gallons a day. And so now anything of it, and then this is, let's be clear, this is for a traditional septic system. Any alternative septic systems automatically go to DEP. But for a traditional septic system, up to 2,000 gallons a day is local, 2,000 to 7,500 is DPH, and anything above 7,500, as well as the alternative systems, are DEP.
Thank you. And that's really what I was getting at, was above the 7,500 in your remarks. I think, at least the way I heard it, it could be heard that that all of them go to DPH. And I know that's what we were talking about, but just clarifying. I also appreciate kind of the conversation that you were having with respect to the differences between a public health frame versus an environmental frame. And I understand the push-pull that we've had on this, but appreciate you just making sure we were all on the same page with that. Thank you.
Okay. Well, seeing no other questions at this time, have a pleasant afternoon. Thank you so much for being here today, John.
Thank you.
Up next, we have, and hopefully I am saying your name right, Alicia Sharma, please.
That was actually perfect. So I want to thank the committee for all of the bills we have today and the opportunity to testify. I would like to testify on two bills today. My name is Alicia Sharman. I'm the Executive Director of Rivers Alliance of Connecticut. The first one is SB 1001, which apparently just came up at the last. I'm opposed to this bill. So I served on the Sewerage Subcommittee of the Commission on Connecticut's Development Future. Now, recommendations came out specifically about this, and the concern has been going forward on upping DPH's authority is DPH currently does not have any regulations written on this and no plan for oversight. Now, these are just not set it and forget it installations. They require maintenance, they require oversight, and that's why we have been opposed. And I just ask that the committee does not interfere with the work of the Sewerage Working Group. The other bill I'd like to testify on is HB 5888, which is an act concerning the Metropolitan District Commission. And I have to admit, I got caught red-handed here, recycling old testimony. I forgot to put the current number on my testimony, but I have worked on many issues involving the Metropolitan District Commission, and I really believe that we need to find a better way, a better structure for them to be more collaborative with stakeholders on the myriad of issues they work on. We will have better outcomes for customers, the environment, and public health if they can be structured in a way to be more collaborative with stakeholders. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on either one of those bills.
I'm going to go first, Chair's prerogative. You did mention the environment. We didn't actually talk a lot about that earlier when we were a little bit more deeply into this bill. I just would wonder, based on some of the previous concerns that people have had with MDC, what are the impacts on the environment if we do pass versus not passing?
So much has changed since the MDC charter was established in 1929. We have the Clean Water Act. We have a lot of regulations, a lot of things we're looking at now as a state, like in the Governor's Council on Climate Change recommendations. We need to make sure that we have enough water for fish and faucet going forward for the future generations. And in how our largest water system in the state is managed, this directly impacts our ability to handle droughts, allocate water fairly, design rates that encourage conservation, because MDC recently installed a regressive rate structure, which Pura would never approve, and prepare for climate change and protect our natural resources, which is our water, our ponds, our rivers, our lakes, our streams, the places where we recreate, the areas that we have to preserve to make sure that we don't have harmful algal blooms and all of the other things we're seeing right now. So it's important that the communities that are directly impacted by that, which aren't always MDC customers, are involved in their decision making.
I used to live directly above there, so I was not a customer, but was impacted frequently. Representative Michel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Chairman, for testifying today. Can you give an example of a better outcome if MDC had been more collaborative in resolving an issue?
Thank you, Representative Michelle. That was a great question. So the MDC recently had to update their long-term control plan, which is it's the Clean Water Project, which reduces sewer to our surface waters and reduces sewer overflows. Now, what the MDC presented was an integrated plan, and the integrated plan is not a regulatory process, but an approach for utilities like the MDC that has a broad range of responsibilities, like delivering drinking water and wastewater, which most utilities don't have both of those. So it's an approach to integrate all of that and look at it all at once to sort of figure out how to do everything right at the same time. Now, there were 6 key elements produced by the Environmental Protection Agency in how to develop an integrated plan. One of those key elements is working with stakeholders. The MDC's idea of working with stakeholders in this instance was bringing the integrated plan after it was already finished to towns to say, this is what we're doing. Now, when the MDC first did their long-term control plan, again, which is one of those Clean Water Act pieces, they had something called a Citizens Advisory Committee. And that had representatives from each of the towns. This is during the development of the plan, environmental advocates, because, you know, the introduction of sewage to Connecticut River affects all the downstream communities too, not just the MDC member towns. It involved all of those stakeholders. And so when it was time to introduce this plan to the community and to the ratepayers and other stakeholders, there was buy-in from people outside of those town councils. Now, I sat in on the district council meeting this past Monday, and they were talking about how to do outreach on the integrated plan. And particularly to those in the north end of Hartford. And had they included those stakeholders, the people who are impacted by a lot of these things in the development of the integrated plan, they wouldn't have to convince them that what they're doing is a good idea, because it would have been part of their idea. And the same with, you know, I think the MDC always feels attacked by the environmental community, but they never really come to us and say, what are you thinking? It's always assumed we're thinking something. And there have been many instances where we could have been allies, had, you know, a different path have been taken that we wouldn't have been opposed to.
Thank you very much for this informative answer. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Chafee.
Thank you for joining us today. On SB 1001, a previous speaker talked about the different thresholds at which agency has approval rights over these projects. Do you have any information regarding the approval process for the different agencies, mainly between DPH and DEEP?
So I'd have to go back and look at all the presentations we got during the sewerage committee process. You know, what I'm hearing is that the DPH process is easier for developers, and I am very much in favor of coming up with a good process for utilizing alternative treatment systems. They can be applied in instances where it can solve water quality issues. But our biggest issue now is, again, the DEP doesn't have, they may have an approval process, but they don't have regulations written, and they don't have a consistent oversight, a consistent program for oversight of these. And like I said, you know, someone could accidentally put a switch off on some of these, and nobody could know for months that it's just not working. It's not like a conventional sewer system. You know, and I have heard from others that DPH's approval process can be tedious, but I can also tell you, I've seen a lot of people leave the wastewater section and them not be replaced. So, you know, DEP programs need to be better funded as well. So.
Yeah, I agree. I know that a lot of our smaller towns, especially their downtown areas, are on septic systems, and it's really hampering growth of their downtown areas. When the bill refers to alternative sewage treatment system, is that mainly septic in Connecticut, or are there other options that?
Well, there's conventional septic systems, which are, you know, your standard, what you have in the backyard of a lot of suburbs and rural areas. Alternative treatment systems, they're a little bit more involved, and there's some argument about, you know, whether there are other things that can be put under that that umbrella. But usually there are pumps involved, and there are, you know, working parts, unlike a conventional septic system where everything's just sort of percolating through the ground. So it is different.
Okay.
And you know, one of the things that the sewage working group really focused on is DPH and DEP working together so that they can come up with some sort of program that has a dividing line that makes sense, that will protect public health and the environment.
All right. Well, thank you very much for coming in today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's great to see you, Alicia. Thank you for your great work in the organization of River Alliance. Now, with regards to the MDC and the question at hand, I'm recollecting that we were working together when the MDC kind of unilaterally made water rediversion programs without engaging with advocates and in the community. And we worked on a transparency and accountability issue back then. Can you kind of refresh us in regards to that? This is not a current type of a situation demanding, requesting accountability and transparency. It goes back many years in the way that it manages natural resources that it's under its purview.
I'm sorry, Senator Wong, were you, and great to see you too. Were you referring to the proposal for MDC to provide water to Yukon or
No, the rediversion for a commercial entity.
would that be Niagara?
Yes, ma'am.
Ah, okay. All right. So it sometimes is when there's a running list, I have to clarify.
You're saying there's many other instances. Sure.
So Niagara wasn't necessarily a diversion, as you know, the water supply to Niagara was it was part of the water that they have a right to use in their system. They have a registered diversion. But you know, the controversy about that essentially by concerns that Rivers Alliance had, as well as many customers, is that in MDCs at the time, their emergency supply plan, Niagara would have been cut off when their reservoirs got down to 10% of capacity. And this is, we're looking at, you know, up to $1 million gallon a day user. And so, you know, that was a huge concern where residential customers under that current plan, I believe, went into voluntary restrictions when the reservoirs were at 70% capacity. So there was a huge worry there, right? And MDC does have the largest capacity of any of the utilities in the state, but with the droughts we've been seeing, and you know, fortunately they haven't lasted years, but there's no one to say that they wouldn't, you know, and the fact that because MDC has the largest capacity, you know, if we went into a water supply emergency, MDC would be looked to help provide some of that water. So having them follow, you know, conservative drought restrictions, even with the amount of water they have, is going to be imperative going forward as we really try to be more resilient to drought.
And I appreciate that. Yeah, you were very helpful, and it's wonderful how your memory kind of flashes back on that. And I want to thank River Alliance for their work on a recent case, right, where water diversion programs occurred, and without real transparency and accountability, sometimes it gets passed through without people fully understanding it. We had the recent case of Aquarian rediverting water in southwestern Connecticut, in which River Alliance was a true champion in raising awareness. And I would compliment you the fact that the recent denial by PURA of the 27% rate increase by Aquarian was no in small part due to the input of the River Alliance and in conservation and awareness. So I wanted to thank you on that, and I appreciate your testimony on the MDC. The other question I wanted to address and compliment you is the fact, thank you for serving on the commission task group on Connecticut's development and future, and the working group on septic and sewer capacity. I think bringing waterway protection and environmental awareness and protection is critical as part of that working group. And I just wanted to compliment you and thank you for doing that. And I'm very eager as a member of OSO on that commission to review the final report. And it's comforting to know that we have true environmental champion advocates that are out there as part of the working group to ensure that there's a balance between the ability to create a diverse and accessible housing, which we're all supportive of, but also in balance with, watershed protection and sewer and septic management. So I want to thank you for your efforts and extend my warmest regards to Margaret Miner, who has taught many of us the water is an integral part of our habitat and community. So thank you, Alicia, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence.
Thank you, Senator.
Do we have any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming in today. Up next, we have Mark Wilson, followed by Sharon Dunning.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Mark Wilson. I currently serve as the manager of Neighborhood and Commercial Development in the City of New Haven. I previously served as the interim deputy director of Housing Code Enforcement. I know you've already heard from our mayor, Justin Elicker, and our chief administrative officer, Becky Bombero, so I'll be brief. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 6391. I feel that an increase in the fines the municipality can levy is a step in the right direction. While serving as the interim deputy director in Housing Code Enforcement, I witnessed firsthand the deplorable conditions that many of our residents in New Haven, as well as I'm sure residents across the state, are subject to. Earlier last year, I responded to an after hours, no emergency heat call at a 4-family dwelling. I arrived to find 4 families living with no heat and living in conditions that I would describe as subhuman. There were holes in the roof, missing windows, non-working toilets, leaking plumbing, faulty electrical wiring, non-working appliances, non-working toilets, no smokes, no carbon monoxide detectors. As our protocol sets out, we immediately reach out to the landlord, who, by the way, lived at a state. When I was able to describe the conditions that existed in the building, the landlord responded that they weren't interested and that they weren't going to make any repairs and that the city should begin the legal process. Less than a week later, our office responded to another after-hours call for burst water pipes due to inadequate heat. The responding inspector at that call found 3 families living in units with no heat. Electric utilities had been cut off due to non-payment by the landlord, and a vacant unit with burst water pipes that had water spewing into other units that were below that unit. It turns out that this property was also owned by the same landlord. When we reached out to the landlord, they said, well, you might as well add this building to the legal process as well. They weren't interested in making any repairs. The city was forced to uproot these families, relocate them until the legal process played out. And no one should have to live under the conditions such as this. Most of our housing code violations are not this egregious. Most issues are easily abated and they could be altogether avoided if people would implement a proactive maintenance plan. It can be challenging to do this, but many of our larger landlords have done this and they maintain their properties. But there are some, however, that will risk or they'll chance gambling on paying a small fine rather than implementing a preventive maintenance plan because basically the payoff is bigger. I think if the stakes were raised and the cost to play was much higher, we'd have more landlords.
Please summarize.
We'd have more landlords see the overall good in maintaining their properties. I think that raising the fines to $1,000 is a cap will empower municipalities to leverage when needed, enforce negligent landlords to do the right thing. For far too long, our ordinances have been said to have a lot of bark but no bite. And so I think that the city of New Haven, their mission is that we protect the health, safety, and welfare of our citizens and tenants and landlords alike. And I think that residents all deserve to have safe and decent housing. And I think if we move in this direction, we can do that. So I urge you to vote in favor of House Bill 6391. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and thank you to the Planning and Development Committee.
Thank you for your testimony today. Do we have any questions from the committee members? Rep. Lamar.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. I really appreciate it. I think there is a conversation that you and I and Ms. Bombero and Mayor Elicker and a couple other municipal officials may need to have. I do recognize the concerns highlighted by Ranking Member Zullo earlier today, and testimony received by the ACLU about potentials for disparate impacts if the application of this law is widespread and or the fines are established in such a way that there's very little discretion and targeting landlords who are aggressively exploiting the situation to take advantage of the fact that the fines are low and they're willing to risk gambling, not getting a fine by exploiting thousands of residents in the city that we're seeing today versus the concern that I think Representative Zullo indicated and the ACLU has indicated, where you could have a homeowner who's genuinely trying to comply with housing code standards, but may have been caught just missing a statute or not understanding what their requirements or reasonable timelines not being provided to them to come into compliance. And so I just want to make sure that we, and maybe that's you and I and maybe the ranking members or whoever, working together to ensure that we're crafting a solution that is useful for communities that are dealing with the problems that we are dealing with, but also protects against exploitative fines and indiscriminate fine structures that may be overly burdensome to smaller property owners and or different codes that maybe we don't feel that $1,000 is an appropriate level to reach. I hope I'm getting to the point there, but I appreciate your testimony and I look forward to working with you on this.
Thank you.
Senator Fazio.
Yeah, I think Representative Lamar and Representative Zullo have brought up good points. And one idea as I'm thinking out loud could be for a second offense, the limit could be 1,000 or whatever. And the first one, it could be lower because you really want to go after bad actors, nefarious actors, not people who are making simple mistakes and getting caught in the crosshairs. You also don't want to enable municipalities to use these fines as a revenue tool rather than a punishment. And so I think there's ways that we could go about crafting it that balance those considerations, but that was just one idea.
If I can.
We can't hear you, sir.
I think that I agree. I think it should be used judiciously. I know that our housing code enforcement, our ordinances are designed to really move landlords to voluntary compliance. I know that sounds a bit like an oxymoron, but that's what we would like to see. And I think that many times larger landlords go to court, they pay a $250 fine. These are simply violations and they're infractions, they're not misdemeanors. So they plead guilty, they pay a fine, it doesn't lead to a criminal conviction, doesn't lead to them having a criminal record, and of course the stigma that's attached to all that. So for a lot of them, this is just the cost of doing business. And I think that's evidenced by their retaining high-priced attorneys to be at the ready to represent them. So yes, I think that raising it to $1,000 gives us something in our toolbox to use when necessary to be able to find landlords.
Do we have any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. It looks like a few people are missing, but I'll run down the list just in case. Sharon Dunning, Les Perry, Anna Costello, Amy Blaymore. I see you on Zoom.
I am here. Thank you. Let me just get myself set up here.
Sure thing.
Thank you. All right, here I am. Terrific. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, members of the Planning and Development Committee. For the record, I am Amy Blaymore Patterson, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Land Conservation Council. I want to thank you for this opportunity to present testimony on two bills which relate to optional tools for municipalities to advance land conservation. CLCC strongly supports SB 998, which would provide an option to towns to adopt a tax abatement program for landowners who choose to permanently conserve certain trail corridors on their property. And we oppose HB 6294, which would take away the option for towns to require an open space set aside as a condition of subdivision approval. I submitted written testimony for both bills, so I'll just highlight some points with respect to each. For SB 998, the bill is enabling. The program is optional. Towns may, but are not required to adopt it. For towns that do choose the option, there are clear and narrow statutory requirements that must be met by a landowner seeking the exemption. The bill also allows for the inclusion of trail corridors in the classification of open space under PA 490, another optional tool. The fiscal impact on the municipality, if it chooses to adopt the program, would be relatively low, as the abatement program would only apply to the taxable value of the trail corridor. And to put the value of this option in perspective, back in the early 90s, I served as special counsel to the town of Vernon's Hockenham River Linear Park Committee. My job was to put in place the legal arrangements to implement the master plan to develop the linear park. And these arrangements ranged from conservation easements to pocket park development, rail trail projects, etc. But it also involved partnering with private landowners whose property provided critical trail connectivity along the river. And for the latter, in the earliest days, some of those partnerships started out as license agreements that didn't run with title. And that meant that when those properties were sold, there was no guarantee that the trail permission would be maintained. And thinking back, it would have been so helpful in securing permanent agreements if the town had the option to offer a tax abatement program as being proposed here as an incentive to those landowners. So SB 998 would give towns that option. Turning to 6294, the set-aside provision in subdivision regulations is a long-standing planning tool, which a town may, but is not required to implement. The authority is enabled by 8-25A, and it has been on the books for decades. The intent of the set-aside and the other open space statutory provision, which is the fee in lieu of open space, are optional tools which give towns a mechanism to offset the impacts of residential developments on the town if they so choose and if they so determine. So whether to adopt the set-aside requirement, what the terms should be, and how to apply it varies from town to town. And that's a local decision, and it should stay that way. And it also gives, and if there are concerns about it, and I really appreciate the comments that were raised earlier by Representative Dubitsky and others, then that is an issue that should be raised at the town level. And that debate should start there. It should not start by scrapping the state statute in order to address it first. So thank you for this opportunity to testify, and thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you very much for speaking with us today. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you once again. We will move on to Mike Glidden and Randy Collins after that.
Thank you. My name is Mike Glidden. I am the president of the Connecticut Association of Zoning Enforcement Officials. We're here with the testimony from our organization on two bills, but I'd like to speak to the important one, which is Senate Bill 1002. That's the act extending the deadline for zoning enforcement officers certification. First off, as an organization, we oppose this proposal. When Public Act 2129 was passed, there's language in the bill. It's beginning January 1st, 2023, and annually thereafter, each person appointed as a zoning enforcement officer shall obtain a certification from the Connecticut Association of Zoning Enforcement Officials and maintain a certification for the duration of their employment as a zoning officer. Now, after that bill was passed, our organization reached out to OPM and also to OLR to kind of clarify what does that mean. Now, while the bill doesn't specifically require that a person who's currently employed as a zoning enforcement officer obtained certification by January 1st, 2023. What it does clearly state, and both OPM and OLR agreed with us on this, is that after January 1st, 2023, those individuals are required to be certified, and anyone who's appointed after that date has to maintain their certification. So when this was passed, one of the things as an organization we thought was, how do we address this? How do we get people through? What we started first off was we increased the frequency of our Institute program. In 2020, the calendar of 2022, we increased our what usually was an annual Institute to 2 classes, of which 95 professionals went through our organization, were certified. Next, we looked at those that are AIC planners that may also be the town planner, zoning officer, if they're in a smaller town, how to help those individuals. What we came up was a path for quick or fast track certification, which we've had several professionals go through to certify. So we've made those tracks of trying to make the classes more open and accessible. The other thing is what we did was we changed our certification, our membership classifications. We added CZO candidate as a class for a membership to our organization. The intent was that a CZO candidate membership level is provided to those who are currently working to obtain the necessary experience or attend the certification institute while complying with 8-3 of the general state statutes. So this has been, I think there's some misinformation that's been passed out there. So as an organization, like I said, we've made a lot of efforts to address this change and make it more open for our members to go through for the certification. I'm glad to, and the other one, while I just have 30 seconds, we have testimony from us. Yep, you have testimony from us concerning House Bill 6294, which we oppose. And I think everyone else has kind of summarized kind of the main points with this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Testimony. Quick question. In your testimony, it sounds like you are properly staffed for doing this training. What exactly is the process for people for the zoning enforcement officers to receive this training? How often do they need to attend the classes to be certified?
So first off, to go through the Institute, there's 2 sessions. One is the intro to government session, which really, it goes over what's the enabling statutes. It also discusses how to handle difficult people, reading site plans, kind of the day-to-day stuff and some of the backbones of our jobs. The second portion of our Institute is really, it's a deep dive we have 2 land use attorneys that provide kind of a legal background for individuals that are entering the field. So they get that background. Then after that time, a individual has 2 years to develop a case study. So basically they're providing work product showing that they understand what it means to be a zoning enforcement officer. They understand the legal parameters that we work in, and they kind of can demonstrate they can do the job within the powers. So that's becoming a full certified zoning enforcement officer. Then after you become a CZO, meaning a certified zoning enforcement officer, there's a requirement that every 2 years you have to attend 12 hours of continuing education credits. Now we try to, and we have been, even through COVID, having Zoom meetings. We've moved to having more in-person chapter meetings. We meet usually it's 6 times a year. In order for an individual to maintain their certification, meaning get their 12 credits, they would have to attend 1 full day session with us and a half day session each calendar year. So it's not a large ask to go to these trainings. And 9 out of 10 times these trainings are related to legal updates or other hot topic items that we may be facing in our profession. For example, last year we had a joint session with CCAPA to provide kind of a nuts and bolts of the cannabis regulations and how are communities addressing it, what is in the law. So I don't know, does that answer your question?
Yeah. Thank you for the clarification. I see Representative Dubitsky has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Glidden, for coming in. How much does all this training cost?
It's well, $600 per session. So $1,200 for the year is what an individual has to pay, or our community, to get their staff trained.
Okay, and how much is membership?
$150 a year.
On top of the 1,200?
Correct.
Okay, as of before the law was put in place requiring all ZEOs be a member, how many members did you have?
We had about 100 in, I think it's actually in our testimony. We had, sorry, right now we're 225 members. Prior, it was about 160.
Okay. So you went up by like 40%, approximately. Okay.
Which I mean, yeah, which I just stressed, the participation or organization, benefits the communities where you have trained staff, and not only that, you have trained staff, they're going back and making sure that their commissions are making sound decisions. Because like I said, we're an organization. Oh, sorry.
For the whole discussion, I believe me, I know what the reasons were why it was passed. I'm just trying to find out, that now your organization has considerably more members than it used to have.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony today. Next,
Thank
we
you.
have Randy Collins, followed by John Harkins.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. I will hopefully make this quick. My name is Randy Collins. I'm Advocacy Manager with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. Just wanted to briefly touch on a few of the pieces of testimony that CCM has submitted on today. The first bill I wanted to just quickly touch on is Senate Bill 999 regarding increasing the assessment ratio from 70 to 75%. If municipalities were to simply adopt this bill as is with a 70 to 75%, it's the equivalent of a 5% tax increase on 5% property tax increase on residents and businesses. Local leaders are looking for ways to reduce the regressive nature of the property tax. And honestly, if this bill were enacted, likely the result would be towns would simply reduce their mill rate by 5%, or correspondingly reduce their mill rate to make this revenue neutral. I've seen a number of bills that are similar to this, which would have moved it to 100% in the Finance Committee over the last few years. And as a means to provide property tax relief or increase revenue, we don't think that that is a way that we should be moving right now. And we'll continue to work with the committee to look for more substantive reforms. Wanted to speak in opposition to House Bill 5244, an local option tax exemption for condominiums. Similar to Senate Bill 998, which was a local option for tax option for conservation easements. CCM opposes these bills. Even if drafted as a local option, they often put undue pressure on local leaders. Currently more than 100 mandated property tax exemptions, at least as many optional tax. And as we do this, the more that we exempt from the property tax, those that are still underneath the tax, it just becomes more regressive and more onerous. Chief Justice Raymond Ball went to back in Snyder v. Newtown in 1960. If I recall correctly, it's exemption from taxation is the equivalent of appropriation of public funds, because it's just shifting the burden from the back of one taxpayer to shifted to the backs of the other. So we would oppose these bills and look for more comprehensive and meaningful ways to diversify local revenue, move forward. We support House Bill 6391, penalties for municipal violations. Listening to the conversation, I think we can, if the bill continues to move forward as it's drafted, we can look at more detailed statutory language that may allow towns and cities to create more of a structured kind of fee that ramps up a graduated schedule similar to what they have for illegal dumping, just to, again, provide another tool, but not provide a tool that can be used arbitrarily. And lastly, I just want to touch on House Bill 6650 regarding beach access. CCM's opposed this bill. Not that, as I said, this would limit the right of municipalities to establish differential fee, a limited differential fees for residents. As I said, we've overly reliant on the property tax, and use of these differential fees allows one of the few outside revenue sources we have beyond the property tax. We understand though that fees should not be used as a tool.
Please summarize.
Shouldn't be used as a tool to prohibit non-residents, and we'd be happy to come in and sit down and work with the committee. Representative Lamar, I know we've talked about this in transportation, to find a more equitable way to do this. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Up next, we have John Harkins. I do not see him on Zoom. Maria Weingarten does not appear to be here. And Gail Borden.
Right here.
You may proceed. Thank you.
Okay, great. My name is Gail Borden. I live in Newington and am the president of the board of directors of the Fenwick Condominium Association. Just for some background, we are a 55 and older community of 39 standalone homes that we own. The community was built from 2004 to 2006. The median age of our owners as of July 1st of last year was 77. Most community members are retired and live on a fixed income. Many people live alone, some are homebound, numerous individuals have severe illnesses, and some require in-home support. As a community, Fenwick owners are facing a difficult financial reality. Due to shoddy workmanship at the time of construction, many of our structures are failing prematurely, such as roofs, stairs, porches, and back decks. And most of those are requiring replacement. Also last year, we needed to remove 39 trees from our property that were planted by the developer that were either on top of or in close proximity to gas lines and other utilities, and posed a real threat to our community. All these situations have been occurring while the price of labor and supplies have increased dramatically, and the overall cost of living has risen more than it has in decades. Again, I want to emphasize that most owners are on fixed incomes, which makes it difficult to meet these expenses. When this community was built, owners were informed in writing and in some cases verbally that there was a realistic possibility that the 0.34 mile of roads in our complex could be turned over to the town of Newington in the future. This was a false statement, as the contractor did not create a path for this to occur at the time of construction. As a result, the community has continued to own the roads and be 100% responsible for their upkeep. During the past years, the community has spent approximately $21,500 per year on their upkeep. That includes maintenance, plowing, and salting. Thankfully, this year we have a reprieve in that because of the weather, but we can't count on that in the future. As one of the few small 55 and older communities in the area with standalone homes in the state, with an increasing number of older adults, our houses are highly sought after. This demand, in combination with the overall rise of the house values, results in a higher home valuation and thus higher taxes for our owners. Our houses are of modest construction that range from 1,196 to 1,574 square feet. Taxes for even the smallest of our homes exceeds that of houses in our neighboring streets, where they are larger and have spacious lawns, and their streets are owned and maintained by the town.
This is up. Please summarize.
So in short, we are carrying a greater percentage of the tax burden than most of our neighbors. And ultimately, this is threatening the ability for homeowners in our development to remain in their homes in their most vulnerable times. And so we are really trying to do whatever we can to stabilize our financial situation, but a reprieve in taxes, while it won't be the total solution, it would be a help to us. So I therefore am asking that you really consider approving or passing House Bill number 5244 to help communities like ours that really are suffering in a disproportionate way.
Thank you for joining us today. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thanks once again for providing your testimony. I see that John Harkins and Dina Cummings have both joined us now. We will go with John first and then go to Dina. Are you there, John? Is Dina Cummings with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you may proceed.
Hi, I spoke last time about the beach access issue, and I don't really have in front of me, sorry, the number of the bill. But I know that Representative Lamar proposes this all the time, and my question is, who does he feel is being restricted access to our beaches, as all the major cities, Stamford, Norwalk, Bridgeport, New Haven, have beautiful beaches and we also as a state provide state access beaches, and that if we get rid of towns regulating the beach sticker prices for out of staters, out of towners, we are going to be flooded, especially in Southern Connecticut, with a lot of out of state New Yorkers. And as a resident of Fairfield, I live on Fairfield Beach Road, and our pedestrian and vehicular traffic is already a difficult situation. And you would be making it more of a difficult situation, because as opposed to Bridgeport, which has its own street for the beaches, Fairfield and other towns, the beach access streets are completely residential, which would have a devastating effect on the neighborhood. And I guess my real question is, if all these cities, major cities and towns already do provide beach stickers and day passes just at a different fee, and we also have state beaches in Connecticut, who is actually missing out on access?
Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
We will go back as John Harkins present. John Harkins one more time. Well, it appears that we have concluded the public hearing today. I want to thank everyone for providing their testimony. Thanks to the committee members for your thoughtful questions. And that concludes our hearing.
Excellent job, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you.